Well, good afternoon and welcome to the Oklahoma City Planning Commission. Before we begin our meeting, I do want to just kind of do some quick housekeeping, reminder of some of the rules for today. First of all, please take this moment to please silence your cell phones at this time. Also, for anyone who would like to, that is not an applicant today, anyone who would like to address the commission on a particular item, please fill out this form that's located right at the desk outside of the council chambers. And in order for you to be called on, you will have to complete this form for any item that you want to be heard on. So please make sure that you do that. When we call on you, every person will be given the opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. We do reserve the right to stop any repetitious comments. So if your neighbor who spoke before you mentions the concern about drainage, you don't need to mention the concern about drainage. You can go on to mention your next concern. Also, we do have a very long agenda today, so we do ask for your respect of your fellow neighbors and citizens by please keeping your comments to be concise. And we will not, once you've been called on for a particular item, we're not going to be calling on you again for the same item. So please, if you know you have concerns, please make sure you use that time period to address those concerns. If you are here with a group of people, a group of your neighbors, please consider working together to decide on one person to speak on behalf of the neighbors with all your concerns. Please consider doing that. I promise we can work on giving that person just a little bit extra time so that they can express everyone's view. And that's easier for us as commissioners to handle when we're hearing from one person about all the problems that you might have. I know that's not always possible. It's just a request to try to see if we can get there. We do ask that you please just treat each other with respect, treat us with respect, and treat the process with respect as we are moving forward. So we will continue with the agenda and begin with the receipt of the minutes from the November 9th, 2023 meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I move to receive the minutes of the November 9th Planning Commission meeting.
Commissioner Clare moves that we receive the minutes from the November 9th meeting. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're now in line for continuance requests, and we'll begin with uncontested requests.
Item 35, SPUD 1588, defer to January 11th. Item 36, comp plan amendment as requested, defer to January 11th. Item 37, case SPUD 1589, deferred to January 11th. Item 38, case SPUD 1590, deferred to January 11th. Item 39, PUD 1982, deferred to January 11th. Item 40, case PC 10904, deferred to January 11th. Item 41, case PC 10899, deferred to January 25th. Item 42, case PC 10891, deferred to February 8th. Item 43, case PC 10909, deferred to February 8th. Item 44, case C7410, deferred to February 22nd. Item 45, case C7527 has been withdrawn. Item 46, case PC 10897 has been withdrawn. And item 47, case PC 10900 has also been withdrawn.
Thank you. Is there anyone here wishing to be heard on any of those items? We're just looking for a motion.
Move to approve the uncontested continuance requests as read.
Commissioner Clare moves to grant the uncontested continuance requests as read. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're in line for new requests.
Item 22, case SPUD 1587 has been withdrawn. Item 31, case PC 10898, defer to January 11th. Item 33, case PUD 1983, request to defer to January 11th. And item 34, case SPUD 1577, request to defer to January 25th.
Thank you. And I do know we had one person signed up to speak on item 33, and you're letting them know that we're going to continue it today. Excellent. Is there anyone else wanting to be heard on any of those 4 items? If not, we're looking for a motion.
Move to grant the new continuance requests as read.
Commissioner Clare moves to grant the new continuance requests as read. Motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. Who are we waiting on? There we go. And the motion passes. We're now in line for the consent docket.
Item 1 is case C-7608, final plat of Northwest Passage Business Park, located east of North Council Road and north of West Wilshire Boulevard. Item 2 is case C-7607, final plat of villas at Annecy, located south of Northwest 150th Street and west of North MacArthur Boulevard. Item 3, case C-7598, final plat of Twin Oaks Canyon Phase 3, located west of North County Line Road and south of West Wilshire Boulevard. Item 4 is case C-7606, final plat of Rose Valley Phase 1, located north of West Britton Road and west of North Sarah Road. Item 5, case CE1111, application to close a portion of Northwest 65th Street right-of-way, west of North Chartel Avenue and south of Northwest 66th Street. And finally, item 6, case CE1114, application to close the 7-foot wide east-west alley north of and adjacent to the west half of lots 7 and 8 through 21 in Block 1 and north of and adjacent to vacated Robinson Street in North Highland Addition. That's west of Broadway Extension and north of Northwest 85th Street.
Thank you. And Commissioners, we do have neighbors signed up for items 3 and 4, and we will need to go ahead and separately consider item 6 as well. So the motion should be for items 1, 2, and 5 at this point. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on items 1, 2, or 5 today? And I think that's our motion.
All right. Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve items 1, 2, and 5 on the consent docket.
Commissioner Clare moves to approve items 1, 2, and 5 on the consent docket. We're buffering. Give us just a moment on the technology. Okay. All right, the motion again is to approve of items 1, 2, and 5 on the consent docket. That motion has been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're in line for consideration of items requiring a separate vote. We'll begin with item 3. Is there an applicant present?
Hi, my name is Kevin Bowers. I live in Phase 2 of Twin Oaks Canyon. We're concerned about the traffic flow through the neighborhood from Twin Oaks Road, or excuse me, Drive, off of Wilshire. And
Sir, are you the applicant?
No.
Oh, okay, let's start with the applicant. Mark,
okay.
I was about to say, what's going on? I didn't know if you were. Let's start with the applicant, and I promise I will call on you and give you an opportunity, but we want to lay out what the request is first, and then we'll hear the concerns.
Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road. On behalf of the application, this is a final plat that is the next phase of continuing the subdivision. It's in conformance with the preliminary plat. Staff obviously recommended approval. It's on the consent docket. I'll be happy to answer any questions. So.
Any questions from commissioners? Okay. Let's hear it. Okay, sorry, we have to go through the formality to make sure. And could you give us your name and address for the record? And you have 5 minutes to address the commission.
Thank you. Kevin Bowers, 9032 Northwest 74th Street in Phase 2 of Twin Oaks Canyon. And several of the neighbors are concerned about the traffic flow through the neighborhood, since at this time there appears to be only one exit and one entrance for Phase 1 and Phase 2, and now Phase 3. So I wasn't sure if that was correct, but I didn't see anything additional on the plat request.
Okay, so your concern is about having enough access points to this new addition?
Correct.
To provide for better traffic flow?
Well, there's already probably close to 100 homes in Phase 1 and 2, and now you're adding another 57, did I see? So that seems like we're going to increase the traffic again, and there's only one main exit and entrance. And what about you know, the way the traffic flows now, you have to turn right or turn left into the neighborhood, and then you come
You're
down
talking
those roads.
about from Wilshire? Sorry.
I'm sorry, yes, off of Wilshire on Twin Oaks Drive. And so there just doesn't appear to be adequate
Access right
traffic in and out of the neighborhood.
there.
Looks like there's an access from Northwest 73rd Street Terrace.
Into that other neighborhood, yes, there is.
So, but your concern is about the flow of traffic on Twin Oaks or?
Yeah, no one's going to come in
Geneva.
through Northwest 73rd.
Okay, okay. I'm not certain what the alternatives are that are available. This is a plat, so it's not the zoning, so it is appropriate certainly they have all the legal authorization to build single-family homes in this space. But certainly I'd be happy for us to hear from the city on traffic flow, and certainly want to hear from the developer about how we might address that concern. Any questions for him before we move forward? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And Gail Dennehy.
This is also concerned with the same area. I actually own, at this point, 11 acres adjacent, and I brought my recent survey. I had it resurveyed because I had 16 acres. I sold 5. And in the recent survey, the original survey was accurate, but just so that if anybody wants to have a larger view of it, let me make sure I'm more than happy to pass this around. It shows that I have 150 feet of frontage on Wilshire Boulevard, 9210 West Wilshire. And that on the back side, or the south end, I have 330 feet of frontage. And on the east and west side, I have 2,647 some odd feet of frontage. I got the notice that this platting had been approved. I had 2 deaths in consideration of the time, and so I was a little late in bringing up my concerns. But I've also brought smaller platting and some pictures with designation, if y'all would like to have a close-up view, because on this, from my survey, or he included the 5 acres, which is west of my 11 acres. But the area, Meadow Lake addition that's on the west side of that platting, the farthest house to the south is actually approximately 23 feet north of my property line. And on their diagram, they have that southern border actually encroaching inside. When I bought the property, within 3 months, I started having pipe and cable fence erected for my horses and also for my boundaries. And there's a question I probably should ask Mr. Gregg, but they've got a little marked out. Well, there were 2 huge trees that rather than run a fence through them or have them removed, I built a little cage on my property so that my animals would not cause any destruction of those trees. So this is, bottom picture is the cable being interrupted by the build out for the trees. I don't know if you all want to pass these around so you can better see what I'm talking about. I also took the time to go and take the address picture 7012 on Meadow Lake Drive. That's the most southern house. My fence, this fence right here, extends approximately 23 feet south of the southern, or the south edge of that home. And they have their line on the south end equal to the level of that, which again, maybe it's only 23 feet, but when you're talking about across 330 feet, you're talking about some land that I've already paid for and invested high dollar fencing to protect it and my animals. And the other thing that I wasn't quite sure of is why they're even bringing that common area E out that far unless it's so that they can get to utilities. And there is a large sewer utility that's about 15 feet south of my fence. And so, you know, that's a utility easement. Everything about 30 feet south of my fence is Stinchcombe Nature Preserve. So one of the things that I had great concerns about, when Phase 2 went in, we had huge torrential rains. And for the first time in about 15 years, now the water is making just a swamp around that sewer outlet. And it's because of the water that was running to the south and then back over to the west. And I thought, wow, somebody didn't plan drainage very well. Well, that has a concern for several reasons. Because I do have livestock and because I worked really hard on the limited liability livestock when it was being debated and passed, finally, after years. But the concern is the neighbors that my land abuts on the west side throw all kinds of trash and garbage. I am constantly having to clean up and pick up, and now they no longer have a neighborhood association. And I am hoping to avoid that on the east side, as well as I don't want children feeding my horses or my horses kicking through the fence and hurting a child. That would be even worse. And so I just seriously question the platting, as well as what is CAE going to be used for. And as far as the traffic, you know, most people have at least 2 vehicles. So I agree with the gentleman before me. I mean, I bought the land when it was a 2-lane street, and it's now 4-lane. And that would be okay if it were just the cars. We get 18-wheelers up and down Wilshire Boulevard all the time, and it's, you know, it's city facilities. But if anybody would like to have a closer look at the diagrams or the pictures that I've brought, I seriously question, and one of them I actually, on this bottom one, I outlined my areas of concern with red dotted lines, because I think they have overstepped. And then in an email that Mr. Grubb sent to me, he said that the area is actually larger than what this platting shows. And I thought, uh-oh, that doesn't sound good for me.
Well, thank you, Ms. Dennehy, and you are out of time. It sounds like, if I'm hearing you correctly, you share a concern that was expressed before by Mr. Bowers about the traffic
Yes,
flow on the neighborhood streets, but I believe your house is accessed directly from Wilshire, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then there is a concern about the drainage around your property. And then finally, and it sounds like most importantly, you are concerned that some of your land is contained within this area that is being platted.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can respond to that directly. This commission does not have the authority to make that determination. When that application was completed, the applicant had to provide a legal description of the land that they own. So the question for this commission is, among the land that the applicant owns, are we going to agree to that plat? So any dispute about where that property line is can't be settled at this commission meeting. We don't have the knowledge, authority, or ability to make that determination. So
Okay.
I would encourage you to visit with staff and with the applicant and probably legal counsel to make that final determination. What we do have the authority to do today, and I'll let our own municipal counsel tell me if I'm wrong here, but we can make a determination about the land the applicant owns and whether or not to approve that plat. But as far as any dispute about what land you own versus what they own, we can't settle that for you today.
Of
So,
course, I understand that.
okay. But thank
Thank
you for
you.
coming down to visit.
I
with us.
appreciate your time. Thank you, all of you.
Okay. Want to respond to those concerns?
Mark Grubbs, 1800 South Sarah Road. As far as the access goes, we have adequate access to meet the subdivision regulations, which is why staff's recommending approval. We have 2 exits there, one to the east, one to the north. And then secondly, we'll obviously have to meet the Oklahoma City drainage ordinance, and which we do, and we are not discharging onto her property. So we are actually letting the water go to the south. And as far as I've seen the survey that she's provided versus what we have, and I don't show an overlap, but I've coordinated with her a little bit. I'll continue to coordinate with her on that. So we just ask for your approval.
Mr. Grubbs, on this exhibit, can you describe your client's property in its entirety? I understand this is a current phase. Looks to me like there could be a future phase to the west. Yes, can you describe what the
So the
limits
white line, extends due north all the way to the north to Wilshire. And correct, where you have your cross, it would go across right there at that north side. Yeah.
Okay.
And so the stubs that you're currently showing, so you have a stub to the west that would connect to this when you fill in the missing tooth of this piece where the
So
cursor is.
that's where the
That's one of
crosshair
the
is
connections,
the
but you never-
northwest property corner.
So, yeah, that's the property corner, so that would just connect to another little, there's nothing that goes further west than that line that you've just described
Correct.
on this development. And then there's a stub to the south, and is that, that's just a stub that was required, it's not a
Required
connected
by-
ownership or development in
Correct.
the works currently?
We don't own the property to the south. That is
Okay.
our south boundary.
Okay.
Is Barry here too? Can we see if we can get Barry? I'd love to. Oh, Barry, are you in the back? Would you mind? Let's go ahead and hear for everyone's benefit, because I know that there are several people in the audience who will also benefit from this discussion. Could you describe for us the approval process for a plat with regard to the review that the City of Oklahoma City does with regard to drainage and the standards that you use? I know I ask you this almost every single planning commission meeting, but we have a new audience, so they will definitely benefit from hearing you on that.
That's okay. Glad to share what I can. Barry Lodge, Oklahoma City Public Works. As far as the process will vary slightly on our review process depending on the components that are present in the particular project. So I'll start with this one in general. Consultant they're going to prepare their plat. When they prepare their plat, they submit plans for their paving and drainage. We review all of the calculations and the plans that they submit to make sure that they comply with Chapter 16 of the Municipal Code, which is our drainage ordinance. Is it a perfect document? No, but it covers most of the requirements. So it will deal with their storm sewer system in the streets, where they're picking up, how much they have to pick up, what the depth of flow in the streets can be, whether or not they need to provide on-site detention, and there's some requirements as far as that goes. Probably on this location is outside of the city's required detention boundary, so they wouldn't be required to provide detention. They may do it anyway. If they do, we would review it in accordance with the ordinances also. There'll be different or additional requirements. I won't say different, but there are some additional requirements if there happens to be a creek or some type of a stream that flows through the property or adjacent to the property that might affect where the water is going to be discharged. We will have regulations as far as what they can discharge onto adjacent property. And what they would be restricted to on that is they would have to look at what the historic or existing conditions runoff onto that property would be, and they would not be allowed to exceed that amount. One of the issues that we run up against fairly frequently is that it may be a sheet flow type of runoff onto an adjacent property, where when they go in and build a storm sewer system, now that turns that into a point discharge, which can create some issues. So we try to address those with the consultant during their design review of their plans, so that we handle that as well. But that's something that we look at also.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that Ms. Dennehy knew that there is more review, that it's not up to the applicant to make a determination about the adequacy of how the drainage is being determined. That is something that Public Works reviews, and the applicant is required to be in compliance with the city's ordinances.
Yes, that is correct. And we'll review all of their calculations to ensure compliance with the ordinance.
Great. Thank you, Barry.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Please.
Question for the applicant. So a final plat was approved 2 years ago. What is the difference between this plat and the one that was approved? This Phase 3 final plat was approved 2 years ago, right? But now this is a revision to it? So what's changed in the last 2 years?
Yeah, we took out the area that he's circling right there. There's some cost prohibitive improvements that would be required for that area. There were additional lots. The sewer for that area is a little cost prohibitive. It's required, the area's required to be raised quite a bit. So the applicant, my client, came back to me and said, hey, let's remove that for the time being. So we're submitting a new plat based on that. It reduces the lot count in Phase 3.
Okay, but you already have it zoned for what you need. If you decide to develop it, you just come back with another plat for that piece.
Correct.
And if you just stuck with the plat that's already approved, I don't know how it works. If you developed all this but didn't develop that, is it required once you do a final plat, you develop the whole thing?
You have to,
It's all or
once the
nothing.
final plat's done, you have to do all the improvements within.
I think the only thing left to discuss is the traffic concern, which certainly I hear it. I think, though, knowing that when this was platted, it was platted with the intention of inclusion of even these homes. So every decision about the streets and the appropriateness of whether the streets could handle this traffic was made at the determination to plat it in the first place. And so while it is going to be an increase in traffic, this was contemplated with the design of this with this plat in the first place.
Quick
And
question.
it meets
if-
the regs
And
with
it
the current
meets
numbers. so
subdivision
I don't know what we
regulations.
can
Yeah,
say.
quick question for staff. Remind us in the audience again what the number of residences are that trips a second another entrance.
Yeah, that'd be good to know. But there are, to be clear,
There's two
there are
entrances.
two.
Right.
Yeah. Jared Martin, Planning Department. So if you have over 100 lots, you have to have either a median divided, well, over 30 lots, you have to have a median divided boulevard entry or a second entry that could be a temporary emergency entrance. If you have between 101 and 200 lots, then you have to have a primary entrance and a secondary entrance for sure. And then over 200 lots, you have to have two full-time entrances. And the second entrance can be, it's preferred that they're direct to an arterial, however, indirectly through an adjacent subdivision is also allowed.
So over 200 lots, two entrances, and Mr. Grubbs, how many lots do you have with this plat and the existing? You don't know?
Not the number, you don't know the number combined? Yeah.
Okay.
The preliminary plat was approved showing this number of lots, which means it meets the.
You're right, and I mean, I can look at it and see there's not 200 there,
Yeah.
so, okay.
Any further discussion, commissioners? I think we're looking for a motion.
Okay, I'll move to approve item C 7598.
Commissioner Clare moves to approve C 7598. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. The motion passes. We're in line for item 4.
Item 4 is case C-7606, final plat of Rose Valley Phase 1, located north of West Britton Road and west of North Sarah Road.
Is there an applicant present? We do not have an applicant present. Well, then I guess we're going to have to move that to the end of the agenda, but I do know we have a citizen who wanted to be heard on this item. Why don't you go ahead and come up, because it's going to be a long agenda, so you might be sitting here a while if I put it at the end, so. Why don't you go ahead and give us your name and address for the record and just kind of let us know what the
My name
nature
is
of your
Jake.
concern is?
So, Jason Grant, I live 9716 East Blake Place. My backyard backs up to the new addition.
Okay.
And I was unable to attend the first meeting. We had some representatives from the HOA, I think, that were here. And I believe that they were supposed to come back with a revision to try to match up the backyards that we're going to connect back up to ours. I don't have a copy of the original one, so I don't know if that changed or if this is still the same, because some of these are overlapping and they're split. I realize it's not a perfect world, but that was my question primarily. Also, the pond that we have that is part of our addition has runoff that's built up, has berms that goes down, and I wanted to make sure that that's allocated to have the runoff there, because obviously if we don't and they build on top of that, the pond runoff goes into our neighborhood. So I can't tell from that, so that's my question.
I wasn't privy to any of the discussions or negotiations around the lot sizes. It sounds like along the western boundary of this plat.
Right.
Is you're next door to that?
Yes.
So I wasn't privy to those conversations. Generally, when we don't have an applicant present, we push the agenda item to the end. If the applicant is not here, then we push it, then we continue it to the next planning commission meeting. So my recommendation would be that we as a commission either continue it now, but if the applicant returned and wanted us to hear it, we would go ahead and do that. But we would certainly want you to have the opportunity to visit with them. Commissioners, thoughts on this? But my thinking is let's go ahead and continue it now.
Yeah.
And, yeah. Now, it would mean you'd have to come back again.
Another time?
Yeah. Have you been in touch with the applicant?
No.
Okay. Then maybe we can share his contact information? Okay. We just need a motion, commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to continue the item to the January 11th meeting.
Commissioner Clare moves to continue C-7606 to the January 11th meeting of the Planning Commission. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. I can't cast a vote. Can you all see it? Okay.
Just to add to that, if I might, I know that some of the HOA president did want to be here, but at the last second could not attend. So hopefully that would help.
Well, I would suggest that you get the contact information for the applicant from Sarah, and then you all reach out to them, and I'm certain that Commissioner Clare or myself happy to help if we're needed to help facilitate that conversation, so that hopefully you can come. Oh, sorry, it's plat. We can't. Thank you. Council just reminded me. It's a plat, so we actually can't help you outside of this meeting because we're operating in a quasi-judicial capacity when we're reviewing plats, so we can't talk to you about it outside of this meeting.
Okay.
But I would encourage you to visit with the applicant personally.
I can still get the information.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Excellent. We're ready to cast our votes. Okay. And commissioners, again, you're voting to continue C-7606 to the January 11th meeting. That motion passes. We are now in line for item 6.
Item 6 is case CE 1114, application to close all of the 7-foot wide east-west alley located north in the North Highland Addition, west of Broadway Extension, and north of Northwest.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. This is an application that coincides with when you heard at your last meeting for the redevelopment of this property for an office park. The reason this was pulled, there was a conflict with one of the commissioners, so happy to answer any questions, but we'd ask for your approval.
Commissioners, are there any questions? Seeing no questions, just need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to approve the item.
Commissioner Claire moves to recommend approval of CE 1114 to City Council.
Just approving it.
Oh, we're just approving it, sorry. We are voting to approve of CE
Oh, no,
1114.
you're not. Sorry.
Okay, I got it right the first time, I guess. I'm not. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We are now in line for item 7.
Item 7 is case C-7609, preliminary plat of Amelia's Brasswood. And this is located south of Northwest 150th Street and east of North Pennsylvania Avenue.
Thank you.
Ernie Ish with Ish and Associates, representing the applicant, and Bruce and Kim Mulford, the owners and developers, are here. Also, we concur with the staff report, and related to the fire department's question about the radius of the cul-de-sac, we, on our final plat, will increase that radius to meet requirements.
Excellent. So you're in agreement with all 5 technical evaluations?
Yes.
All right, Commissioner Noble, this is in your ward.
Pretty simple one. I think you're just finalizing that last piece of property that's been vacant for a long time. I don't have any problem with it.
Any other questions from commissioners? We have no one signed up to speak. I think we're ready.
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve C-7609
Commissioner Noble moves to approve of C-7609,
with the 5 TEs.
including the 5 technical evaluations in the staff report. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Claire. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 8.
Item 8 is PUD 1984, application to rezone 500 South Cemetery Road from PUD 1785.
Good afternoon. Kendall Dillon with Crafton Toll, representing the applicant. This is effectively just, this is a PUD application that takes the current PUD and modifies the rear yard setback on 2 blocks. It's not shown on your map. There you go. But the 2 northern blocks, we're requesting through this document to reduce the rear yard setback from 15 to 5. You'll notice that both those tiers back up the common areas. Subdivision's actually built, just a developer trying to put a little different product on there. So there's 1 TE that's just a cleanup. We're agreeing to that, and so we'll be happy for your approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Meek.
Yes, I've looked over this. Unless other commissioners have any opinion regarding it, I'm good with it.
Same. No one has signed up to speak on item 8. Any other questions from commissioners?
No protest.
Just looking for a motion.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend approval of PUD 1984.
Commissioner Meek moves to recommend approval of PUD 1984 to City Council. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Claire. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're in line for item 9.
Item 9 is case SP 583, application for a special permit to operate use unit 8250.15 moderate impact institutional in the I2 moderate industrial and AE1 airport environment zone located at 5919 Phillips J. Rhodes Avenue.
Good afternoon. My name is Marcia Gallant with MA Plus Architecture, 4000 North Classen Boulevard, Oklahoma City. What we are wanting to do here is submit for a change of use occupancy, or change of occupancy use. There is an existing building on the Wiley Post Airport property that the first floor is currently being rented out. The second floor is unoccupied. We want to have Putnam City Schools be able to move their aviation program into the second floor. So we are just changing from a business occupancy to an educational occupancy, doing very minimal renovation inside just to get it useful for the school and do some ADA upgrades.
Excellent. Thank you. I have to say, this is one of those special permit cases where I thought, we have to approve this? That's just seemed unusual to me.
Well, and I thought it was very interesting. I was hoping that someone from Putnam City would be here to explain the program a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to
I
know more.
Yeah.
You have representatives from Putnam
Awesome.
City Schools.
I want to hear about this.
Hi, I'm Denise Hensley. I'm with Putnam City School District. I'm our career tech coordinator. So what we're doing is we have created an aviation program where our students can go 2 pathways. We have a flight pathway and we have a maintenance pathway. So it's an academy, so they're going to go 3 hours in the morning and they'll be there for 3 hours in the afternoon. And so we've gotten a lot of funding from the Oklahoma, it's the new one, Oklahoma Department of Aeronautics and Aerospace, I think that's right, and then Career Tech. And so we've been able to pull in a lot of flight simulators and that sort of thing. So if our students really work at it, by the time they're seniors, they can have their private pilot's license, or they can have a general test taken for the A&P. They can leave us and they can do things, they can exit high school, they can do things without a college degree, or they can do things with a college degree. We have a huge need for a workforce in Oklahoma. As you guys know, the governor's really pushing for aviation to be the #1 industry. And so what we are trying to do is give them a workforce, us and a lot of other schools in Oklahoma, but we want to be the first one at an airport. And so we've been working with the folks at Wiley Post, Jeff Mulder and those people, and we are super excited to have everyone on board with it. So if you guys approve this, I'd love for you to come out and see it. We hopefully would be out there by spring break so our seniors can have a little taste of what it would be like to be at the airport. Next year, we're going to be building an airplane. It'll take 2 years to do that. So there's really exciting things, and our kids, we're going to lift the whole boat for our kids because we've got a diverse population. A lot of them are economically challenged, and the opportunities that this provides for them and their families is just phenomenal. So we appreciate your support. Thank you. Do you have any questions?
Any questions, Commissioners?
No, I thank you for the explanation. Sounds like a wonderful program, and I'm excited to have this in Ward 1. So look forward to seeing it implemented.
Thanks. We're excited.
Looks spectacular. You're doing a fantastic job, it sounds like, with
Thank you. Thank you.
Putnam City. So just looking for a motion, Commissioners, unless there are further questions.
Any other questions? No? Okay, I'll move to recommend approval of special permit 583.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend approval to City Council of Special Permit 583. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. Good luck. We're now in line for item 10.
Item 10 is PUD 1715-SP08, application for a specific plan pursuant to the approval of PUD 715 located at 2100 Northwest 50th Street.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. This is the next application in the series that you've seen for Oak Development. This is the far south piece, and it will be a Pottery Barn pad site. So Pottery Barn is much like the other tenants you've seen. I think they're all have some commonalities with them, and we think it'll be a wonderful development. We have been working extensively with the temple to the south, and they are in full agreement with the site plan that you see before you today. It's consistent with the PD. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just one question. How long before we can actually start going anywhere in the Oak? When's it going to be done?
You know, the big sign that's at the corner says fall of 2024.
Does that mean yes? Does that mean that's accurate? That sounded like lawyer speak.
You do know that fall ends in like December.
I mean, if you drive by it, obviously they've made significant progress.
It looks great.
The hotel, the apartment pieces are topped out. Now the first stem wall on what will be the Capitol Grill has gone up. So they're moving fast and furious.
That's awesome. Any questions, Commissioners? We have no one signed up to speak. And we're just looking for a motion.
In the absence of Commissioner Powers, I'll note that staff's review of the specific plan for the development indicates that the proposal is consistent with PUD 1715 Master Design Statement and has amended the master plan, and I'm sure she'd be very complimentary of your sign.
Of what?
Your sign.
Yeah.
So move to recommend approval.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend to City Council approval of PUD, of the specific plan for PUD 1715.
This dies here.
Oh, excuse me. we approve of the special permit number 8 to PUD 1715. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. We're now in line for item 11.
Item 11 is SPUD 1580, application to rezone 306 Northwest 63rd Street from SPUD 503.
Hi, my name is Marshall Hamra, 5623 Northwestern Avenue. We're in the process of selling this property to the owner of a chiropractic business. However, how it's currently zoned, while it is general office, it doesn't include medical office. So we're simply rezoning to allow that use.
Awesome. And it sounds like we're all settled that the sign would still be in conformance with all existing ordinances, staff, and so we're all good there. We're just adding one use. Sounds good to me. Any other questions from commissioners? And no one has signed up to speak. Then we're just looking for a motion.
I'll move to recommend approval of City Council item SPUD 1580.
Commissioner Claire moves to recommend approval of SPUD 1580 to City Council. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. All right, and the motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck. We're in line for item 12.
This is PUD 1978, application to rezone 4396 Northwest 36th Street from R1 and R4 to PUD 1978.
Hi, Drew Cunningham on behalf of the applicant. This is a request for a PUD to allow the existing buildings, which are all 2 stories tall, to be rebuilt if they were to ever be demolished for any reason. They were built in the 70s. They were conforming to the zoning at the time. The zoning subsequently has changed, and now the current owners just wanted to make sure that they could rebuild the same size, same number of units in the future if they ever needed to. Happy to answer any questions.
So to clarify, this, the zoning changed. This is now not, the existing buildings are non-conforming. If you wanted to tear down those buildings and build the exact same thing or something very similar, you could not with your existing zoning, right?
Only as to 10 of them. 10 of the,
okay.
There's 35 buildings, and 10 of them are either abutting R1 or within 60 feet of R1.
Okay.
And the existing zoning regs for property that's abutting R1 or within 60 feet would require it to be one story tall. So there's only 10 of the 35 buildings are affected by that.
But to be
change.
clear, those buildings are currently 2 stories.
Correct.
Okay. So do you have any immediate plans to tear down these buildings?
No, not at all.
Okay. Just want to be clear about that because we do have one person signed up to speak. This is in Ward 2, and I know we are missing Commissioner Powers. Any questions from commissioners on this before we hear from our neighbor?
I don't know if it's relevant, but is this to facilitate a sale of the property?
No, this is just for underwriting assurance purposes for the current owner. The current owner bought this maybe 18 months ago, and they're just wanting to clean up these issues to make sure that moving forward it's good to go.
Okay. Let's hear from our neighbor, Miss Suanna Hyvey. And I hope I pronounced that right. I'm very sorry if I did not.
Yeah, I'm Suanna Hively. I'm at 3327 North Geraldine. And I have noticed some improvements they did. I thank you for that. Appreciate that. But we were just clarifying, the neighbors around were kind of confused that are there any building permits in the plans? So it sounds like they're just wanting permission to like clean up the little legal issues about them not being high enough. And so we're just wanting to double check there's no building permits planned to do anything else.
As far as the applicant said, there are no immediate intentions, but all that this would allow is currently if they bulldozed everything, those 35 buildings in particular couldn't be built at the current height that they are. This new zoning, if we approve it, would allow them to build something at that exact same height.
Okay.
if it
Okay.
was
And then
replaced.
will the whole property, because it's funny shaped, is the whole property going to be R4 now? Or?
I believe it already is.
Oh, okay. I thought on the map is a little hard to tell. I thought maybe the little parts sticking down to the south were maybe R1, but are those
Mm-mm.
R4 already?
It's all
Okay.
R4 now. And there are no pending or future permits in the works.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate
Thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Then I think we're looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval, City Council of item PUD 1978.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend to City Council approval of PUD 1978. The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes. We're in line. Thank you. We're in line for item 13.
Item 13 is case PC 10895, application to rezone 2321 Northwest 35th Street from R1 to R2.
I'm Brandon O'Brien, 2416 Northwest 157th Street. We had some issues with this before as far as marking some RCBs, figuring out, I think we got all our issues figured out. So we're looking for approval today.
Okay. This is, again, in Ward 2. Any questions regarding this? This is straight zoning, so we can't make any changes to this request.
No,
Any
I'm
other-
ready to make a motion. Okay.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clare.
I'll move to approve item PC 10895.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend approval of PC 10895 to City Council. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck. We're in line for item 14.
Item 14 is case DA9PH, application for consideration of a lot split located at 5709, 5712, and 5749 Promenade Square.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. This is a companion item to a case you also heard at your last meeting where we closed a public easement along Promenade Square. Thank you, Jared. This application is seeking to combine the common area, which was the easement, into that lot and then include 2 additional pieces of common area on the north and south of those lots. These lots are fed by an alley in the rear, so their front doors will still face west on that common area. It is when we take common area and combine it with a lot, it does require this application to come before you all. Staff recommends approval. We have 2 TEs. We agree to both of those.
Excellent. This is, I know this is in Ward 8, and Commissioner Noble has recused himself. Are there any questions? I don't have any. There's no one signed up to speak.
I'll give Commissioner Clare's
A break?
and move to approve item DA-9-PH.
There we go.
For the technical evaluation.
Subject to the technical evaluations as written.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend to City Council approval of DA-9PH. Okay, we're just approving this one. I'm going to get this right today, y'all, I promise. We're approving, the motion is to approve DA-9PH. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in line for item 15.
This is case B29, application requesting variances to section 5.4.2.B.8A3 and 5.4.2.B.8A4 of the subdivision regulations for the preliminary plat of Kimmel Addition located south of West Hefner Road and east of Northwestern Avenue.
Thank you.
Corey West, owner of Kimmel Group. The plat represented here has already been approved preliminarily last month. At this point, all we are asking for is a variance to the ordinance for the gate setback. We are asking for a 30-foot setback from the curb. We have provided a fire truck turning radius exhibit to show that fire access will not be impacted, and have provided 12-foot turning radius for cars to turn around on the street side of the gate.
Okay. This is in my ward. I know I've had some discussion with Barry. Barry, do you mind clarifying that these revisions are sufficient to avoid the queuing on the street? I know that was the issue.
Barry Lodge, Oklahoma City Public Works. From the public works standpoint, we have some concerns about this layout in that the typical setback distance from the right-of-way to where the gates occur per the subdivision regulations is, I believe, is 60 feet, which allows a queuing space for vehicles that are entering the gates, wait for the gates to open, without having to back up out onto the public street. In addition, those requirements are to have an adequate turnaround area for somebody that turns in there by mistake and they
don't have the code
don't
or
have the
whatever.
code to get in
Yeah.
the gate, so now they've got to be able to turn around. And from our review of this, that this layout does not meet any of those requirements. In order for a vehicle that gets up there that doesn't have the code, in order for them to get out, they've got to back up onto the public street. If there's more than one car waiting for the gate, they're sitting in the public street waiting for the gate to open. And so it's just a situation that, again, doesn't meet the requirements. And we've got numerous locations of this around the city where we have enforced this requirement. And so it's our opinion, our recommendation from Public Works that we stay with the requirements of the subdivision regulations for this entrance. Would require some modifications to this. There's not enough room. They did put a keypad location, a little island for that, but it doesn't look like there's enough room for a car to make that U-turn to get out of there if they don't have the code to get in, which is where the requirements for the 20-foot lanes coming in with the island width and a 20-foot exit lane, which, again, the layout just doesn't fit any of the requirements of the subdivision regulations.
Hence the variance, right? And so
That would
it's
be
your
why
opinion.
it would have to have the variance. Again, it would be recommendation coming from Public Works that not be approved.
Now, I'm not a traffic expert, but my guess is that Francis Avenue, especially since it's non-continuing, is probably not a very heavily trafficked street. Does that factor into the analysis from Public Works?
From my standpoint, it does not.
Okay.
Again, I'm not a traffic engineer, the traffic expert on it, but I'm looking just at the practicality of, even if there's not a lot of traffic on there, what's happening. If somebody has to get out, if there are multiple cars in there, and it's just, again, precedents that get set when we approve this type of a change on it, how that can domino across other locations in the city.
What are the consequences of our failure to grant the variance? So does that mean you lose some lots?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Chairman, I see I think the first medical, fire, police response, 911 call is going to pull an engine, an ambulance, and a police officer. And the first engine that tries to make that turn is going to take that keypad out. I don't think the radius is good enough to get a Class 8 pumper through there with that keypad in the bend. The trucks are too long.
Did they issue a formal evaluation on the exhibit that was submitted to you?
You're asking, just so that my wife who's listening on YouTube can hear, you're saying, did fire specifically make that point in the staff report? Is that what you're saying?
It was my understanding that was already signed
Addressed
off on,
in the?
Yes.
They've addressed it by saying you must ensure that the keypad location will not interfere with emergency vehicles turning. But according to your drawing and 10 years experience of driving an apparatus, that keypad's not going to make it. It's not enough room.
Okay.
I'll chime in with another comment. I'm not comfortable granting a variance for a gated community. If you're going to do a gated community, follow the letter of the rules. And that's my opinion on this.
And unfortunately, you're going to need all 6 of us today because it's only 6 of us here. You need all 6 of us in order to approve the variance.
Okay. Yeah. And unfortunately, it looks like you're going to have to enlarge Lot 1 and shrink some others, or do lots 1 and 13, or you're gonna have to just do away with 2 lots, but you're gonna need a deeper entry to get emergency services in.
Okay. Just need a motion, commissioners.
I will move to deny item V, move to recommend denial of item V29.
Are we the final approval of a variance? Okay, because it's amending the subdivision regulations. So Commissioner Govine moves to deny item V20. Is there a 29? Excuse me.
29.
The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Again, commissioners, just want to clarify, your yes vote is to say no to the variance. And I know that's confusing, but if you vote yes, you're saying no variance. Okay. And the motion to deny has passed. We're now in line for item 16.
Item 16 is PUD 1979, application to rezone 3261 Northwest 150th Street from I-2.
Good afternoon, David Box, here on behalf of the applicant. The PUD before you would allow for the development of a multifamily project. There is, let's see, could you go back real quick? Sorry, yeah. So there is a residential neighborhood to the east, and so we have accounted for that in the PUD, requiring a 25-foot landscape buffer, and further requiring that the first 60 feet from that east property line be 2-story max height. There are no TEs, however, there are 2 folks here from Tronox. Tronox is the industrial facility to our north. There is some, I guess, some pre-existing language about fencing that has to be installed between the 2 uses. Whatever that is, we're happy to agree to do. What I've asked for is me and the attorney representing Tronox will continue to work towards a revised document before City Council, and my client's comfortable with that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is in Ward 8. Commissioner Noble.
Just reviewed it. I've talked to the landowner, and I don't have anything.
Don't have anything either. I don't know if the attorney from Tronox would like to be heard. Mr. Lucky. Yes. What a great name. Mr. Lucky.
I tell people I'm in name only, not in fact. My name is Grant Lucky. I work with Ryan Whaley Law Firm here in Oklahoma City, and we represent Tronox, who is the abutting landowner to the north of this project. It's approximately, we have about 70 acres north of this development. And we have just a few concerns relating to the application as it relates to Tronox's property. And in terms of clarifying something, Tronox is not a, I think in some of the documents that were submitted with the agenda packet, it said we're a pipeline facility. We are not. We are a research and development laboratory that also has at that site various business supporting activities like accounting and sales and tech services and IT, things of that nature. In terms of the number of employees, we currently have approximately 140 employees that are attached to that facility. During any average week, we probably average around 60 employees that are coming and going to the facility, and they access it through that driveway that's off of 150th there. Okay. And so they take that driveway all the way to the facility. Besides the coming and goings of employees, we also have daily truck deliveries for operations and for business supplies. Tronox used to own that entire section of property. In 2008, they sold the southern half of it. You just kind of draw a line through the middle, and they sold the southern half to a developer. And I just pulled this from the assessor's website, and the blue area shows the property that was sold to the developer. So as you can see, kind of in the middle area here, the property line to the north of this property goes across to the east, and it juts down around the contours of that pond. And that pond is our property, and so that's one of the things that relate to our concerns here. And when we sold that property in 2008, we also entered into various land agreements, including easements and restrictions and covenants that were filed of record that burdened that property and run with the land. And they included an easement of access for that driveway that runs through the property there for ingress and egress. That's our sole means of access to our property. We also entered into a stipulation that said basically no later than when you go towards development of this property, you need to construct a wrought iron fence around the northern border that divides our two properties. And I give you those background facts because they relate to some of the concerns we have relating to the application. Tronox wants to avoid any type of prohibit or any type of incursions onto its property from an apartment complex. And so it's a concern of public safety. It's a concern of increased liability. If residents from this apartment complex, ignore the boundaries of the facility and to get injured trying to access that pond or trying to fish at that pond or basically anywhere on our property. And so when we saw the application and there was nothing that addressed fencing along that northern boundary, across from the eastern to the west and then around the contours of of the pond. And so, we just think that the lines don't need to be blurred between where their property ends and where our property begins. And so the only fencing I think that was addressed in the application was on the eastern edge. So we would just like to see fencing consistent with our agreement that burdens the property along that northern edge, and then anywhere where the development touches our property, particularly around the pond. We would also request, I think we're in line with the staff's recommendation, we also think there needs to be 25 feet of landscape buffering along that same line. I think the recommendation was that there be 25 feet of landscape buffering on the eastern edge.
Yeah, that's required.
Yeah, and then anywhere where an industrial use abuts a residential use. So Tronox's property is for an industrial use, and so it would be a budding property if the PUD goes through with that is residential in nature. So those were two of our primary concerns that we just wanted to voice to the commissioners today. We have a third one that's really something for the future, but we're concerned about our access road to our property.
150th?
Yes,
Okay.
I know that was just a conceptual design that was attached, but our concern if it runs too close to the apartment complex or in close proximity to it, it's going to become, with all the comings and goings of our deliveries and our employees, it's going to be a nuisance to the residents. It could be a nuisance to our employees. And there could be confusion about, when they turn in there, if they want to go to our place or their place, they might end up at the other place. And so these are some things that we can address with the developer as they move along. And we just don't want the placement, if there is a relocation of our access road, to be haphazard or an afterthought, and there be some thought into it given our concerns relating to that road. So.
Thank you. Now, is the resolution recommended by Mr. Box satisfactory to you? Obviously, this commission does not have the authority to enforce the private covenants with
Sure.
regard to,
Sure.
the fencing and all of those things.
And we'll come to the table with them to see if we can't work something out as it
Cool.
relates to those concerns.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all I have.
Thank you so much. This is in Ward 8, I believe. Commissioner Noble, anything? And we can't enforce the private covenant. We do have the authority to require the screening if we wanted to. We also, I believe, and
So what I'd rather do is, I want to see whatever the land development agreement requires, I'd rather just put that
do
language
that.
in the PUD. So if it's okay with the commission, I'll work with Mr. Lucky, whatever that land development agreement requires, we will put that language specifically into the PUD along that shared boundary, wherever it requires it.
And it wouldn't stop Mr. Lucky and his client from being able to enforce their rights, even if we approve the PUD as is.
Same
So,
thing with the
because-
access. They've
Same
got
thing
the
with the
easement,
access. So, yeah.
I'm missing something. You say you'll put it in the PUD. We're continuing this till later for after you do that?
We're
Or-
not continuing it. Is
Between
the
now and
is the
council.
suggestion.
Between now and council.
Between now and council?
Yeah.
you're-
Yeah.
So then when it goes to council, council will make an amendment on the floor to modify the PUD pursuant to whatever those changes are.
And that's what the Tronox attorney's okay
And
with?
Mr. Lucky is in support.
Okay.
Any other questions from commissioners? We're just looking for a motion. Commissioner Noble?
With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recommend approval of PUD 1979.
Commissioner Noble My microphone was off, sorry. Commissioner Noble moves to recommend to City Council approval of PUD 1979. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in line for item 17.
Item 17 is case PUD 1980, application to rezone 4301 Northwest 150th Street from PUD 706.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is on the west side of Hefner Parkway. We're seeking to rezone it to allow multifamily development. The reason that you don't see it come all the way to the frontage of 150th is that is already zoned and platted for commercial development. So this is just the back piece that will allow for the multifamily. Staff once again recommends approval with no technical evaluations. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Noble.
Same thing with this, same developer, met with them, had a meeting with the applicant, and there were no protests.
I have no questions. There's no one signed up to speak. Any other questions from commissioners?
Nope. More multifamily. Recommend approval of PUD 1980.
Commissioner Noble moves to recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1980. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. We're in line for item 18.
Item 18 is SPUD 1586, application to rezone 12800 North MacArthur Boulevard from R1.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a property that was purchased with the intent for drilling. Since then, it is been sought to change hands. And so before you is this SPUD application to allow for office and various commercial uses. Staff's recommended approval. They have 3 TEs that they have requested. We're in agreement with TEs 1 and 2 regarding the elimination of fast food and drive-through uses and laundry services. And then we're also agreeable to restricting the sign height. On TE number 3, we have requested that that be amended to increase the setback to 50 feet. Staff requested 75 feet. 75 feet from the way that property line is drawn would restrict the back 2 buildings from being built. So I think the intent was to preserve the trees and give a little bit more breathing room to the creek. So we sent them an exhibit showing the 50 feet. We received a response back that staff was supportive of the 50 feet. So with that, we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. Would staff like to comment on the amendment to the TE? And I'm hearing from our planning director that we're all good. Any other questions from commissioners? There is no one signed up to speak. Just looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of item SPUD 1586 to City Council.
And that's amending TE3 to change the setback to 50 feet.
Thank you. Subject to the technical evaluations, amending TE3 to 50 feet.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend to City Council approval of SPUD 1586, including TE 1 and 2, and then amending TE 3 to change the setback to 50 feet. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in line for item 19.
Item 19 is PUD 1981, application to rezone 8524 North Sooner Road from PUD 1823 and AA.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Before you is a PUD application for a property that you would have heard, I believe, last year. That included the rectangular piece immediately to the west. Family owns this parcel. They own an electrical business. The last PUD sought approval for commercial use along the frontage. That's to remain. That's their family business. This back piece, they've recently acquired the AA piece that you see there. So bringing that into the PUD and then changing the base zoning to AA. Staff's recommended approval. There are 3 TEs. We agree with all of them. I would like to add 1 additional TE to clarify that there shall be no commercial composting permitted. So that'd be the 1 TE that we would seek to add. Otherwise, we would ask for your approval.
Mark, when we visited about this, and this is in Ward 7, my ward, when we visited about this, we had a conversation about the gravel driveways and my strong preference that it just be a standard, street. And then would you relay your response to that?
Right, so this is a family-owned property. The mother will be building on the 5-acre tract, the house that's shown, and so she will bear the cost of that gravel road. We actually have a plat application that's coming in. It should be submitted this month, and what you'll see is an access easement that's granted that ensures that access to the back 2 lots will always exist, but it is family members that are building on the other 2 lots. There is a significant cost difference between having to do an asphalt road for 800 feet and versus doing the gravel. And so with the agricultural base, we believe that it'd be permitted, and these lots are 5 acres, 4 acres, and 4 acres. So that is a standard that agricultural home buyers would be used to seeing.
And then I recall you mentioning something about there being covenants that would require the shared maintenance.
Correct.
Okay.
So on the plat, you'll see a note that says maintenance of any common area and the shared access road is to be split amongst the 3 homeowners. So if in the event one of the family members did ever sell to someone not in the family, through the title work and the purchasing, the plat note, it's on the cover of it, it'd be well known and documented.
Great. And then final question, can you address the objection from Fire on page 6, that creation of less than 5-acre lots, and I know it's only 1 acre difference here, but needs city water hydrants or water tanks?
Right, so the last PUD that was approved granted this. They're not extending public water to these tracts. They far exceed that minimum from ODEQ. And so we've agreed to increase the setback. That was one of the TEs for when you do not have public water.
Gotcha. I'll turn to our resident fireman.
I didn't understand that. Can you explain that again?
Sure, so the last PUD that was approved did not require the extension of public water.
Right.
There are only 3 lots on this. We've actually increased the size of these lots from the last time this was approved. So we're seeking the same approval that had occurred last year, but with larger lots. One of the requests, that's the TE, was that if we don't have public water, we had to have greater setbacks, and so we've agreed to that.
Okay.
In other words, they can do this now without the water tanks.
Right.
So even if we didn't change the zoning, they could do it. Go ahead, Dustin.
Yeah, Dustin Seegers, Utilities Department. There is a water line that goes along that frontage road. I forgot what it is, but since this is just a 3 development, big lots and everything, in a sense, it's not a public access, but family and everything, that it would be a long service line there. It wouldn't be a public water main. So I gave them the option that it is there if they wish, but I would accept just be a great place for a well.
Excellent. Any other questions from commissioners? Then I think we're just looking for a motion to approve. If I could, I would. A motion to approve and then adding TE4 to disallow the commercial composting.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to recommend approval of City Council of PUD 1981, subject to the technical evaluations and adding technical evaluation 4 that no commercial composting is permitted.
Commissioner Clare moves to recommend approval to City Council of PUD 1981, subject to the technical evaluations and adding a 4th technical evaluation that would not allow commercial composting on this site. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in line for item 20.
Item 20 is case SPUD 1585, application to rezone 1926 Northwest 16th Street from R1 and UC.
Hello, Ken Fitzsimmons, architect of Task Design, 1300 Northwest 17th Street. And here today to ask that you please approve this SPUD to request more density. This is a property now that is single family, but it is kind of a unique property. It's over 200 feet deep, which is kind of unique for Gatewood neighborhood. And the idea is to create a private drive down the east side, as you see here in the concept, to allow the driveway access to the individual lots and allow the utilities, the sewer being at the south end, the water line at the north end, and that way they would all have access to it. We have spoke to the plumbing inspector, and he said this is a private easement and wouldn't necessarily require, public extension or anything of that nature, and the same for electric.
All right.
Here to answer any questions if you have them.
Commissioner Govine?
Sure. We have reviewed this case a couple of times back and forth. The applicant has made a number of compromises and agreed to a number of things that I'd like to run through just for awareness. As I said, Mr. Fitzsimmons, I believe there may be questions from other commissioners, so I'm in support of this case based on the, personally anyways, based on the unique situations in this site. But I understand there's some other considerations and possibly other questions from others. So you have agreed to preserve the tree, which is a large mature tree on the street, on 16th Street, which is a good thing. You've agreed to add a 3-foot landscape buffer in addition to the site-proof screening where the vehicular drives are facing an adjacent property. You've agreed to a minimum window sill height on the east. Was that east only or east and west?
East and west,
East
I believe
and
it's
west.
worded in there, yes.
Yes, east and west sides, minimum 5-foot sill height to limit views to adjacent properties. I think these are all good things. Let me see, what else? I had a couple other notes I wanted to touch on.
Can I stop you really quick on the
Sure.
window seal height? I'm assuming that the intention would be for that to apply to the two on the the two southernmost, not the
It could apply to all
northernmost.
three. The idea, and it would be on the upper level. I think we noted that in there. The idea is that,
On the
you
second floor.
Yeah, you don't create a fishbowl effect where you have tall windows, somebody looking into somebody else's backyard. And likewise, when they look at the house, the windows are up high and maintains the sense of privacy.
Gotcha.
I'm
And
missing
then-
that. It's 5 foot from the ground or?
5 foot from the floor. So that
So
would
it's
be,
like 20 foot up in the air?
Yeah, second floor, finished floor, 5-foot minimum sill height.
I don't see how that helps, but keep going.
well, I mean, right.
You're on the second floor,
Harder.
you can't.
You're not sitting in your living room on the second floor staring in someone's backyard, which is often a concern of people in single story when there's 2-story adjacent. So it does have an impact, but I appreciate, there's more discussion to be
If
had.
you're on the, unless you're 15 foot tall, you're not going to be looking down at a window, so it doesn't matter. Okay.
So the other thing, so I had an issue with the multifamily use and would like to strike that use unit.
We're fine with that. I think some emails back and forth with
Okay.
Sarah. I think we're good with that. We just wanted to make sure that we would still be allowed to do up to 3, in case they don't subdivide, ideally still be allowed to do up to 3 duplexes essentially.
Yeah, and I was fine with that. The 3 structures maximum, 6 dwelling units maximum, 2 dwelling units per structure.
Correct.
Can be done with or without subdividing. So I think we're clear there. The building setback line, you have a slightly different building setback than would be base, but it is consistent with the adjacent properties, and you'd agree that 22.5 foot setback, we could add the language, but not less than the minimum established by the adjacent property.
Yes.
So it would be equal to what's adjacent.
Wait a second, just to be clear, you're talking about the frontage on 16th would mirror those of the homes east and west of this property. Is that what you're referencing?
One or the other, the one that's
or the
furthest
other.
forward, yes.
The one that, okay.
It would be the west one. And I think that was really the key issues. There are some TEs, and I believe that there's been some conversation about maximum lot coverage, and I might have to have you speak to that or have staff speak to that. If we got to 75% or if it needed to be 80 or where we are there.
Right. The concern was we're happy with 75% for the building, no problem there. We won't be near that limit. But if we have to include driveways, which plan review often does, the they'll consider the driveway as part of that, and that would definitely put us over the 75%. As you see the site plan now, the middle structure there is at about 82% if you counted all of the driveway around it.
Seth, want to comment on that? They're saying with the driveways, they can't be in compliance with the 75.
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. We talked about a couple different solutions for their project. One of them would be on a TE2, changing it from maximum lot coverage to maximum building coverage. That would be one way. Or setting the maximum lot coverage for the SPUD boundary, not on a per lot basis. Those would be two options.
I like the building coverage. You good with that?
Yes, but again, I would like the language in there to state, excludes driveways.
Explicitly that it doesn't.
Because
Okay.
it can be a problem when you go get your permit with plan review. They may interpret differently, because when you read building coverage and lot coverage, to me, they say the same thing. They both say structures, and when you look up structure, it actually includes driveway.
Right, because everyone else has to follow buildings and driveways.
Yeah.
Okay. So and I think we can get through that one if we get to that point. The other item that is a TE that we need to address is the, except for residential accessory storage buildings, exposed metal buildings shall not be permitted. That's one that I am probably more sympathetic to your cause on, as I know that metal is a quality and durable material, and it can be used in beautiful ways. But there are, it is in the Gatewood UCD. We do have an overlay, so I don't quite know how to get the right language to be careful about that and try to adhere to the Gatewood UCD, but also allow some flexibility for the use of metal as a material on the project.
Right, and in the
Could be a
language,
percentage.
we traded some emails yesterday. I'll just throw my house out there as hopefully an example of a positive example of how you can use metal. And it's in Gatewood as well. We, did it through rezoning. But we could add language in there that if we use metal, that it has to be articulated in a way that relates to openings, windows. It can't just, not just a monolithic mass. Like, I think the intent, the way I read the Gatewood UCD, is to prevent someone from putting up your typical 20-foot by 20-foot prefab metal building, and hoping that there would be some flexibility there.
Well, I agree, and I'm okay with that flexibility, but I want to set the issues out, because I know others may have some concerns. So
before we move too far
that's where
from
we
that,
are.
Dan, sorry. Can you rephrase that? I don't think that I've heard that before, Ken. Your suggestion for how to get around this issue on the architectural metal?
Right. I don't, on the fly here, I don't know if I'm gonna get it exactly right, but I was saying that maybe we could have language such that maybe has to create a varied pattern. If it has exposed fasteners, it has to be in a uniform pattern. Things like that make it look neat and uniform. But I think the key is, maybe having it relate to smaller elements on the house, to the windows, openings. I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but basically give it some articulation rather than just having one monolithic mass of metal going.
You're saying not use it for a full facade.
Well, I think it could be used maybe for the majority, and maybe that's consideration. Maybe it's not 100%. Maybe
Right.
that's good compromise as well.
Sarah, you want to comment on that? I know you don't want to. Would you comment on that?
Sarah Welch, Planning Department. I honestly, between Dan, who's an architect, and Ken, who's an architect, I was really counting on them solving this for us. But I do have the language you proposed initially in your email. Would you like me to? The thought was that if exposed fasteners are used, they must be installed in a uniform manner, and panels are to be configured with the same amount of articulation or change of pattern, and/or include other materials, and/or relate to exterior openings or other elements. Is that where we're at? That's what was in the email.
I think that sounds pretty good.
Because I was struggling with, there's a use of, you can say architectural metals, you can say no exposed fasteners, but you've specifically asked for exposed fasteners, so then that statement is saying they must be aligned, and what that said, which
In the
I
end, we're just
understand
trying to
it,
create. We're just trying to create something that's looks like it was thoughtful, intentional, not just accidental and some cheap, mass-produced thing.
Yeah, and because what it really gets into is panel profiles of like your typical pre-engineered metal building panel profile is not what you have in mind, I don't believe, and that's what we want to avoid. But it seems almost pedantic to specifically disallow a profile of a metal panel. So that's where I struggled with that as well. I like that language.
I struggle with writing this, and I understand that you all are sophisticated, very intelligent architects, and I'm going to do my best as a lawyer to try to figure that out. And it didn't make enough sense to me for me to clearly understand what exactly we're approving and what the difference is between approving this language and just allowing the metal. So I don't, am I alone in that,
No,
Commissioners?
my hangup is that panel in of itself is uniform, directional. You know, it kind of, in that definition she read, panels kind of fit that. It doesn't help exclude it for me.
No, it doesn't really. But before we go too deep into the metal panel, well, I'm happy to continue on this and try to solve that, but are there other issues that anyone
Are there any
wants to discuss on this case?
Yeah, I have a couple. On the extra parking pad, the visitor parking, do you need that?
Well, we just thought it might be a nice thing because it is a unique site, and 16th Street is wonderful, but it does not have, it's only 2 lanes wide, there's not any street parking, and there's not an alley here, so that does make it tough. Many of the neighbors around in that area have put parking pads. Some have had L-shape or things that extend off the single car lane drive. And so that's the idea, is just to give some flexibility to visitors that come here.
So I have a couple comments that just might require further consideration. One, if you do that, you're showing that existing tree to remain, but dimensionally, that parking pad is going to be like a foot from that tree. So you're going to be pouring concrete on top of critical root zone of that existing tree. In the end, it's likely not going to survive. So if preserving the tree, I guess if preserving the tree is a priority, I would lose the parking. If the parking is priority, I wouldn't show the tree being preserved. And then the other comment would be, again, with that parking pad, it appears in the graphic that you're maintaining a single curb cut for the drive. You're not moving that west curb radius.
Correct.
I really feel that somebody's gonna have a hard time accessing that parking pad, and ultimately what they're gonna end up doing is hopping the curb and driving over that sidewalk. So if that parking pad stays, I'd like to see that driveway radius shift to the west to align with that the west side of that parking pad.
So you're suggesting, Commissioner Clare, that in your experience, if we were to construct that parking pad with that proximity to the tree that we're trying to preserve, we'll actually end up killing the tree anyway, so we need to just decide whether or not we want the parking space is more important than the tree, or we'd rather have the tree than the parking space.
Yep.
Okay, this probably gets to an issue that I bet Commissioner LaForge and I are probably thinking the same thing. I'm concerned that this is too many homes in one place.
Yep.
And that we're actually just trying too hard to retrofit too many dwelling units on this lot. And I'm wondering if where we are on potentially just converting this to only 2 dwelling unit, two physical structures. And here's my thinking. And I am a strong advocate for infill. And I know that there are other places nearby that have a very similar configuration rather, on a lot where it's 3 on 1. My concern is that's inconsistent with at least this part of Class and 10 Penn, this strip, it's not consistent. But I do know that we have parts of this street in this area, immediate area, that have accessory dwelling units in the back or garages with garage apartments above. And so to me, those things seem more consistent and compatible than us trying to figure out how to put enough parking spaces and retrofit a way to still create privacy on this really narrow lot. Other thoughts on commissioners before we let Ken respond to?
On that, I'll say, yeah, I mean, we're talking about, is the parking going to kill a tree, whatever. It's because it's too dense. It's not because you have to pick between a drive and a tree. It's because we're packing too much in here. I'll leave some to somebody else, but let's see. I guess I'll go back in the weeds here on what was it about the setbacks I missed that. I didn't want to interrupt a long time ago because I'd already interrupted about the windows.
They want the setback to mirror either the home on the east side or the home on the west side, whichever one is closest to the street.
22.5 feet instead of 25 feet.
How about 25, all the way around? I mean, what, I don't get, again, we're compromising too much on every single thing. I don't get it, why, it's getting really complex. I would have a problem if I or we approve this, that it will be used against us in the future. What about that one where you did this? The windows, if anybody's gonna approve this, I'm gonna go back to it. 5 foot minimum, why would it be a minimum? Shouldn't it be 5 foot maximum?
I
It's
think
gotta
you're
be at
missing.
least 5 foot above, so.
We're talking about, so the primary frontages of these structures are north and south, the way the rooms are potentially arranged, which I've seen plans of. So the big windows would face north and south. On the east and west, where you border other homes, you can have more like a clear story window, a high-level window that can bring light in, but you're not staring at the neighbors. He's just trying to help be friendlier to the neighbors with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. It may not be enough for everyone.
And in a
understand.
dormitory room, it'd still be a typical window with 2 foot off the ground. You couldn't put 5 foot
In a what, I'm sorry?
in exit windows for
Well-
bedrooms.
Right, so we would have to arrange this in a way that, yes,
Right.
the primary rooms as a.
Right.
Because you're thinking as long as it starts 5 foot, there's nobody taller than 5 foot. I mean, if a 6 footer's still looking out the window and they're still looking next door, I don't think it solves it. I think a 6 foot person can look out a window that's 5 foot tall and then they're on the second story. I don't think you solved anything with a
I think it's
5
for
foot
someone
minimum
walking
window.
around not fully dressed. You can't see from here
Yeah,
down.
yes.
So it's that they can't see you, but you
Right.
can see them. So if they're
Right.
walking
Right.
around their yard, you can see them, but they can't see
Well,
you.
You would
Yeah.
have to walk right
Okay.
up to the sill and intentionally
yeah.
be looking.
looking.
I'm 5'10",
Yeah.
so 5 foot to me is here. I would have to be intentionally looking over.
Yeah.
I watched
And
stripes.
so it's just, you can't stop
Yesterday.
keeping toms, but I'm trying to help.
I mean, I think it's a creative solution, but I see your point that it doesn't resolve it.
Yeah, I think
Like,
it
doesn't
creatively
resolve it.
almost solved it and did not. So I'll turn it over from there, but it's too dense for me, and I appreciate some of the attempts to compromise, but I can't,
Chairman?
it's too dense for me.
Are there any protesters?
There's no one signed up to speak.
Okay.
The other thing too, I'd like to add that we've also tried to do to be more friendly, there's, several projects going up in Gatewood that are building to the full 35 feet. We've actually added language in there to reduce the height of this and limit these to 2 stories. So we're trying really hard. I understand what you're saying about density, but we're trying really hard to make sure that these are relatively low profile. So trying our best there.
If we went to 2 structures and allowed the same number of units, you'd still have more room to potentially navigate adding parking, sufficient enough parking. You'd have more room for the for yard space. Are you amenable to something like that? I'm trying to figure out how to still make this work, and I'm with Commissioner LaForge. I feel like we're still trying to put too many structures on one
Yeah.
lot.
I guess I would just offer again, I think sometimes seeing something different like this may be kind of a little bit of a kind of get used to it kind of thing, but again, just to throw my house out there, it's a 50 by 140 lot. We rezoned it. We actually have we have it rezoned to build 2 duplexes. We built one, we're about to build the other. And we actually have a very small yard in terms of footprint, but the way we've designed it and oriented all the windows, it doesn't feel small. Usually the comment when people come in, they're like, I had no idea you even had a yard. So I think it's through careful planning and to make sure that we use every square inch in a thoughtful way. I think many yards are actually oversized and nobody ever uses them. They just become places people have to mow. They may or may not use them. And this is making it more mindful in the way that you have to be thoughtful about the way you use it. So I think if it's done thoughtfully, and it will be because, investing money in this, the owner wants to sell these or live in it himself, it's going to be done in a thoughtful manner.
Other thoughts or questions, commissioners? Are Commissioner LaForge and I alone in this thinking on the?
No, I have a couple of questions on the density too, and want to ask staff about the maximum dwelling units per acre on R2.
I'm so sorry. The maximum density on R2, like if it were duplex zoning?
Yeah.
Like if the whole, you're talking about if the whole lot was,
If it was zoned R2.
Well, if it was zoned R2, they would only have enough land for one duplex, so because of the lot
But
width.
overall in a subdivision, dwelling units per acre, zoned R2.
14,
That's what I thought. And this is 26.
correct.
This kind of shows goes to how dense this piece of property is. The other part is when they would be measuring the building coverage, they would include driveways, and I think we're like 85% with the current design, with the drives, the house.
well, at least it's something higher than 75. Is that what you're, yeah.
The issue that I would have with going, and I understand the point on density, but to pivot to you're still allowed six dwelling units, but in 2 structures, then you're saying, okay, is that 3 units per structure? Then you're talking more of, they're either sort of a townhome model, which doesn't fit here, doesn't seem to make sense to me anyway,
You all
or
are architects, you know
or
better
straight up
than me, so
multifamily.
I would trust your judgment.
So I was trying to, I was avoiding a multifamily development on this site because this is a neighborhood of, you know, more single-family, many with ADUs. So that's why I'm struggling with that as a suggestion, and I don't know, I mean, you'd be the one to comment on that, but.
Real quick, I'd say 2 times 3 and 3 times 2 would be the same to me. I'd still be against 2.
Okay.
It's just too
Well,
much.
fair.
And if we could go back a screen to the one that shows the blocks. Yeah. I just imagine a whole bunch of those neighbors all coming in with the same application, and where would I stop? I don't want to approve this one, and then after we approve 5 of them, 10 of them, 20 of them, no, it's just 6 dwellings on each little quarter acre is just too much to me. I'd have to start voting no against people, and I'd be a hypocrite, or they'd say, well, what about that one? So I can't start the slippery slope with this one.
I'm pretty sure we approved something, and you may have voted against it, Commissioner LaForge. I'm pretty sure we approved something very similar to this off Virginia.
Was it on a corner,
On the
maybe?
south side.
Was
I
it
think it was off a corner, perhaps.
A corner
We
lot?
allowed them access, no, it wasn't off a corner.
We had an alley.
We allowed them access off of an alley. But that was more consistent with some of the mixed development that happens on Virginia, though, not off 16.
And either I voted no, or you're proving my point. That
yeah.
I don't want it to be held against me in the future if I start approving things that may bear, you know, it's just, if it doesn't work here, if it doesn't work everywhere, then I'm against it. Corner lot's a little different, and I forget I had one other point. Anyway.
Well, and we talked a lot about that, and that's why Mr. Fitzsimmons has done a lot to try and get there, because I had similar reservations about not having a corner or not having an alley to at least help offset some of the traffic and you know, access issues. That said, I'm more of a believer in density. That's just where I stand.
Well, I'll just say, personally, you know, I'm for all the infill we can get. I believe in that, and I like Ken's creativity. I'm inclined to say that we should consider a continuance and come back with written, clear TEs that we can all understand, because I know we've agreed to some negotiated things. I think we should get some clarity about the use of the metal, because I'm inclined to just say no, but I understand that there have been some creative ways that you've been able to do it and still comply in Gatewood, because you have your own home that's in Gatewood using this. So I think I'd just love to reevaluate that language and perhaps consider a different configuration that might get us to 5 votes, because I don't know that you have 5 right now. How do you feel about that, Ken, potentially? It would mean the soonest you could come back, though, is the 11th.
Yeah, January 11th.
And
Yeah,
then
I
we
mean,
could
if
have
that's
some
our,
meetings.
if that's our, sounds like that's kind of our choice, or it's going to be
I don't think
not
we're
going to
there.
pass today. Yeah. So I say in light of that, I guess continuance, yeah.
Thoughts, commissioners?
Also, yeah, and I appreciate you may have with more people, it might work, and I bet it will, but it's not that I'm against density and I'm for density. There's just got to be a line somewhere. This is just too dense. 2 times 2, I could probably get on board with, but 6 is just too many. So, but take a continuance. Maybe you'd be more for.
Why don't we go ahead and, when we conclude this meeting, let's get a few of us to visit with Ken. And then maybe, I know I'm speaking, if Commissioner Powers is listening, I think maybe perhaps you and I and Commissioner Powers visiting with Ken, coming back with some ideas. But I think it would be really important for commissioners to get the TEs that we agree to in writing in advance, so everyone's clear about what we're doing. But just for your clarity, Ken, maybe there's some things we can do on the density side to address the concerns that Commissioner LaForge said. Maybe there's something about the configuration, dealing with the issue of the architectural metal, and all of that.
And the parking space.
And the parking space issue
The lot
might be an
coverage.
opportunity.
Right. One of the ideas on the metal is where it's not, where you would have an issue where you would have unsupported masonry. So like I think it's what you're alluding to, over a window, over a overhead door, top, places where you can use it where it's not just the facade, it's an unsupported masonry area where you could use metal. That's one way to limit it.
Yeah, or just a overall percentage.
Right.
With some of the additional language, if it can be written clearly enough that everyone can understand it.
Yeah.
You don't have to be an expert. That, I think, is one that we can definitely get through. I don't know about the questions of density. I can't speak for
I
others.
think we can figure something else out that will get us there, we'll at least get an approval. Maybe not all of us.
Well, with that, if that's all right, I'll go ahead and move to continue SPUD 1585 to January 11th, or would you rather go for the
Let's
meeting
go with the
after?
11th, and then if you need to extend it from there, we can go there.
Okay.
I think that's better.
All right, Commissioner Govine moves that we continue SPUD 1585 to the January 11th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes. Thank you, and thanks for your patience with us, Ken. I'm sure we'll get together.
Okay, thanks.
All right, we're in line for item 21.
Item 21 is SPUD 1574, application to rezone 15 Southwest 25th Street from C, CBD, and UD to SPUD 1574.
Good afternoon, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Here on behalf of the applicant, this is an SPUD to allow a business that's been at this location for approximately 40 years to rebuild a building that was damaged by fire. It's a light industrial use, and since the time they started their operation, they find themselves now within a design review district. So we did have to go to the Urban Design Commission. They did recommend approval of this 5-0. And so now we're here before you, and there are no technical evaluations.
Thank you. And this is in Ward 6, Commissioner Govine.
Yes.
You're on the hot seat today.
Yeah. This one, I don't have any issues with it. It was recommended approval from the Urban Design Commission. I think David mentioned it. Yeah, the guy's been operating a business there for 40 years. So I'm fine recommending approval if there's no other questions or comments.
I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. Any questions, commissioners? Okay.
I'll move to recommend approval of SPUD 1574.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend approval to City Council of SPUD 1574. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. Thank you. We're in line for item 23.
Item 23 is case SPUD 1584, application to rezone 3800 Northwest 34th Street from PUD 131.
Good afternoon, Charles Allen with Allen Engineering. Brenda Wyatt's here with me also with Salazar Commercial Properties. This is a SPUD to redo half of PUD 131, which was done in, I think, 1984, so this is half of it. That PUD had 56 units proposed for that property with a 75-foot boundary on the west and south portion of the site to be one story. So basically this is, I think, keeping consistent with that, other than we've got two-story on the west and south side of this property. We have 28, which is half the 56 units that was originally approved for PUD 131. Originally, this layout, I know Janice Powers likes to have front doors facing the street. This was kind of rotated so that the buildings had a kind of their own little courtyards between each building. We're not opposed to rotating and having the front doors face 34th Street. So
You're talking about the two buildings,
the front.
northernmost
Yes,
buildings, making
yes.
them face 34th?
Yeah, which is
Okay.
TE2, I believe. So we're in agreement with rotating those, but that was the thought on this, was to have this kind of all internal, and for security, being able to probably close off that north walkway through there, or have a gate there, actually, and kind of have a focal point where you might have some art, water feature or something in front of these, but I think we can still achieve that with rotating the building so the front doors face 34th Street. I believe there's one person signed up to opposes this, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, so I do have a couple of questions. One, comment first. I think I would be in support of rotating the northernmost buildings to face 34th Street, but curious to hear how other commissioners feel about that. I just want to clarify the height issue. So the existing PUD says that within 75 feet of those of residential, so that'd be the homes to the south off of 33rd Street, you have to make them one story. That's the current requirement, right?
Correct.
So that would
75
impact
75 on the south and 75 on the west.
on the west.
Yes.
Okay, so that would mean the three buildings that are on your exhibit that are on the west side, all three of those would have to be one story, basically, right?
Correct.
And so you're wanting to go to two-story.
We are.
And then no buildings to the west or south are two-story, right? None of the residences are.
No, they're all single family.
Single story.
Single story, yes.
Okay. However, I know 35 feet is still standard R1 anywhere. So, any other thoughts on this, commissioners? I mean, I generally am okay with it. I guess I'm just debating the compatibility. I'm not very familiar, admittedly, with this neighborhood in particular and how the increase in height may impact. And I know we do have a neighbor to hear from. We will give you an opportunity to speak. But I want to make sure we understand what the issues are before we get to that.
What's your setback on the western boundary?
I believe we're 15 feet.
It looks 10. It looks the same width of a parking space.
Yeah, it's 10.
Is it 10?
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I have a little bit of a concern with that, with the adjacent R1.
We have room. I mean, I think, with the 2 stories, we do have a lot of open space, so we can provide a little bit more distance there.
My preference would be 20 in order to get some shade trees down that boundary, but
Yeah. I don't have a problem with that either.
Any other thoughts, commissioners, before we hear from our neighbor?
No. Have a strong feeling that rotating the units to face Northwest 34th is an improvement to the development, but the applicants agreed to the TE, and the TE's there, so I'm also not here to argue against myself, so.
I will add that we met with Mark Cooney, the neighbor to the east of us. It was his family that's owned this property for quite some time, that his grandmother was actually the developer for PUD 131. He left. He really didn't care to stay around, but he doesn't have any problem. He just really wanted to know what we were doing.
Can I ask what is the other half? So is it the mirror of what's here, or what's planned for that?
Nothing's planned for it right now. He lives on it. He's got heart conditions. He's probably going to look to sell it, and probably our client will be interested in purchasing that and extending this, I believe.
Well, anyway, I think you do have the flexibility on your development that if you wanted to get the courtyard
We do that. The only
arrangement, you could do that on the right-hand side, and these could still rotate, and you haven't really lost, you've done the same.
Yeah,
I
our
know
only
it's workable.
restriction is there's a existing sanitary sewer that was along Nesbit. Nesbit's been vacated, but the easement for the sanitary sewer has been reserved, so that's our really only restriction as far as tightening up the site, east and west.
So, anyway, I don't have any other.
Anything else before we hear from our neighbor? Okay. Let's hear from Dennis. I'm going to say Pluge. Plugi. Okay, please.
My uncle just passed away, Plugi Upholstery at 88.
All right.
Icon here in the city.
Could you
My
give
name
us-
is Dennis Plugge, Plugge, 3801 Northwest 33rd. 38 years ago, this same PUD, it was R1, and at the time, I made a few suggestions along with my neighbors, and I have their name. Most of my neighbors are dead, you know, and I'm a survivor. And so get back on my thought. Excuse me. So they wanted to do R4, and so then they cut it down to the PUD to modify it, and they came in with big plans and everything like that. And I guess they ran out of money or something, but our concerns are because of the slope, and I did submit this here earlier. Did you see that? I want to thank Thad, and I talked to Lisa over at the mayor's house, and she helped me direct it. But I have pictures of what's there on 34th Street, and right up west of the proposed spot, they're building new homes, single-family homes, which would accent that. And all the homes are offset, have nice big backyards. And now they want to put these, I've got a hearing problem, so I couldn't understand what he was saying. You know, I don't know what he said, but what we're saying is that you cover all that ground, a good heavy rain, I got flood water in my backyard. Now, I did 38 years ago when the previous owner, they were from California, and the judge says, what do they got to be here for? When they vacated that street, after they closed that street, I went ahead and vacated my 140 feet, 50 feet wide of concrete, and that is my street. That given our neighborhood a buffer from all that traffic now from, you know, coming off of 36th Street in Portland, and the foot traffic is nice. We've got nice single-family homes. You know, the people that die, you know, California has gone crazy with the rents, and people come in and fix up the houses, and it's putting everybody out of the market. But it's to keep that neighborhood like it is, and you put a bunch of multifamily people in there. I don't see why, like they're doing up the street, they got foundations that I have pictures of, putting in single-family homes. They're thinking about making a big profit, putting a bunch of people in there. Let's just, single-family homes, big homes, they're selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars. And if they want to put some single-family homes on the back there and they got plenty of room, they're going to have to haul a bunch of dirt in there because of the slope of the land. And any questions or anything
Mr.
like
Plugi,
that?
can I ask you just a few questions?
Yes, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, and please let me know if you can't hear me clearly.
All right, I'm hearing you good now.
Okay. First, do you have an objection? Do you know that they're already zoned to build multifamily on this property? If the
They
planning
stopped,
commission-
okay, they did that, and that's what I'm kind of down here to get my mind right on.
Okay.
Is they just stopped it after, I objected to them closing the street, and then they vacated it. And then after that, I guess the price went up or whatever, but they abandoned it for 30-something years. So here we are, deja vu, I'm back, and my neighbors, I got, I don't want to go over my 5 minutes, but I got 9 or 10 people that, are interested. I'm going to report to them. I gave them all a copy of this, and what it is it's the pictures, and they've got really nice homes to the west.
So, Mr. Plugi, just to be clear, they already have the ability to build multifamily. So what you're asking for is to say you would prefer that they build single-family homes.
That's what I'd like to see. And as I said, I didn't hear what their proposals were, but that's my 2 cents worth. And my neighbors gave me their little, support.
Okay, well, you might share with your neighbors that the applicant's already authorized to build multifamily there.
So
if the Planning Commission took no action today, they can still build multifamily in that location.
Right.
So the only question that we're trying to answer is, how are they going, they would like to build a different kind of multifamily, and that is one that's 2 stories, and that's what they're asking for in a certain part of it. And so I want to know if you have any objections to that very quickly before
Well, they had back a long time ago, we was worried about the height of the houses looking in the back, and we discussed all these objections back then, and that's why I guess they went ahead and approved it back when. And so that's about it. It just, they can build with it. Well, they're still going to have to go through the city council.
Yeah, they will.
And
So
we're
no
going
matter
to-
what we decide today, if they
And we'll see
they'll
them
have that
there, but
opportunity.
it's we'd have to see a lot more instead of, keep a buffer. We like buffer.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you, Mr. Plugi.
Thank you. I hope I didn't get a ticket out there. My meter didn't give me a sticker.
Uh-oh.
I have witnesses in here, but get their
We'll show them the
sworn
tape. Show the judge the tape.
You know what I mean? You can't beat City Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Plugi.
Service, very clean down.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, could I ask questions on some math?
Please.
So the staff report says currently allows up to 56 dwelling units, and in parentheses says 17.67 dwelling units per acre, but it's 1.45 acres. According to the front page, that would only be about 25 instead of 56.
This application does not include the whole entire original PUD.
Oh. So it
how
extends
big is it
further,
now?
it extends further east, I'm assuming?
Further east to the tree line.
To the tree line.
So how many acres is it now?
The
Is it-
parcel that we're in the lot that we're rezoning.
We're
How big is it?
1.3, I believe, and the overall was 3 acres. So
The overall,
well, the PUD 131 was 3 acres.
it was 3 acres, but now,
Oh, if you go to the east, that line where the R1 over there, that is the east side of PUD 131.
okay.
So
But
we're approximately a little less than half.
okay, so the portion that we're talking about today would not allow 56 dwelling units.
No,
It would only allow about half that, okay.
correct.
And you're still sticking within about half that. You're still about the same number of dwelling units per acre as you were previously.
Correct.
So where are we on the compatibility issues here? Are we, okay, it sounds like I'm the only one who cares about it facing 34th, which I guess I'm alone in that concern.
I just thought the community of looking at each other, the way the parking was, it just seemed like you didn't need to have the front doors facing the street.
It would just be consistent with our general way of doing business here,
Right.
but.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm like I said, it could go either way on that, but I get why this, I mean, physically which way your door actually faces is less important than how you address the street and the streetscape.
You're right.
And, there is a communal aspect of living in a development like this that I think makes a little more sense with them facing each other. They do have windows and they have articulation on the primary facades
They
that
do.
would face the street. So that's why I'm okay with it, but, you know, and there are also the stairs are oriented on the corner, like you can see on the elevations how that steps back a little bit. So it's not like a blank facade to the street. And that would concern me a lot more, and that's why that's in there. So I'm flexible on that, but I'm not saying it's, you know, it's just.
Staff want to comment on that? Okay.
And then the west setback.
And the west, okay. And the west setback, as Commissioner Claire,
20 foot.
you're good with 20?
We're good with 20 foot.
Cool. All right. So we're good with nixing it sounds like we're good with nixing TE2 and adding an additional TE requiring a 20-foot landscape buffer to the west. Is that where we are, Commissioners? Okay. Then we're just looking for a motion. I mean, just along the west side.
I'll move to recommend approval of SPUD.
Are we requiring any,
Sorry.
do we want to require anything within the buffer?
Yeah, I was actually
Okay.
looking at that. So I would say shade trees, 25 foot on center.
Okay.
For the length of the property.
Okay.
You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me see if I can get this then. I'll move to recommend approval of SPUD 1584 with TE 1 and 3 as written. TE 2, strike TE 2, add a new TE 2. That is, there shall be a 20-foot buffer to the west boundary of the property with shade trees at 25-foot centers.
I'm good with that. Commissioner Govine moves to recommend to City Council approval of SPUD 1584, including the following modifications to technical evaluations: keeping technical evaluation 1, deleting technical evaluation 2, keeping technical evaluation 3, adding a technical evaluation 4 that would require a landscape buffer of 20 feet on the western boundary that includes shade trees on 20-foot centers.
25 foot.
25-foot centers. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in line for item 24.
Item 24 is case PC 10908, application rezone 2625 Northwest First Street from R1 to I2.
Yeah, hello. I'm David Onken, 2701 Northwest First Street. I'm asking for I2 zoning on some property that I've accumulated there next to my shop. I own several properties in the area, and I want to be in position to add some other warehouse and yard space.
All right. Commissioner Govine.
Okay, well, the notes I had on this one, we haven't had a chance to speak, I know, so I'm sorry I don't have the background, but the notes I had was why I2? Would I1 satisfy your needs, or do you need that outdoor storage? What is the yard all about?
Part of it, I will need it, and I assume if I build for purpose of leasing, tenants would want some outside storage as well. And I'm not talking about a junkyard, I'm talking about a trailer or materials that would be held for a short period of time and then, you know, transported to a job site or something like that.
And could staff maybe clarify for us just a little, like on the screening requirement, or if anyone knows, the screening requirements for I1 and I2, are both of them the same? Or does I1 include more screening?
The screening would be the same. The I2 setback would be a little bit more than the I1 next to residential.
Okay, so you get a greater setback with I2. Either way, the yard, any storage of outdoor storage has to be screened. Is it?
In
Is
I-2?
that- Can I say that?
No,
actually?
she's checking.
In I-2, okay. The challenge here is, I mean, this is kind of a transitional area. It's a unique part of the city. There's a lot of stuff happening. There's a patchwork of R1, I1, I2.
Yeah.
It's kind of all over the place, so I'm having trouble finding any real pattern or precedent to say, no, I don't want you to do that, or yes, it's good.
Yeah, I've been in the area for 40 years, and a lot of the old houses had deteriorated down, and I bought those as they were up for sale and removed them. Neighbors that I have that are commercial neighbors have a manufacturer behind me. There's a little mechanic shop on the corner. There's a yard service. There's a company that sells cable and slings for cranes and that kind of thing. So they're that type of business, and we're in the sign and lighting business, so we will need more space. Other tenants that I might have, I picture maybe a plumbing company or air conditioning company, that kind of thing. So I felt, I'm not an expert, I just have asked around, and I feel as though an I-2 might be most appropriate. And there's quite a bit of I-2 in that area. And
It is.
through the years, neighbors have told me that the neighborhood was intended for I-2 zoning, whatever that means.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with I-2, I don't think. I mean, there's R1 across the street, and there are dwellings still existing.
A few, not many. They may be zoned that. A lot of that property across the street is mine.
Okay.
And staff recommended that I not apply for I-2 at this time unless, and I don't know, because it backs up to some residential.
Can we go to the map, the other map, the zoning map
Okay.
on screen?
Yeah, I'm to the east of
Okay, so
property.
when you see where that R1,
I mean west,
you're-
I'm to the west.
what do you own south of First?
Let me get mine. To south of the subject property there, I've got several lots in there. You
Okay.
see that auto repair, I've got, from that auto repair, there's a couple of houses, and then I probably have 8 or 10 lots in there that are mine.
Okay, on that block,
On that block, yes, sir,
facing First.
facing First. And I've got some around the corner on Second Street next to the mortuary service that's already I-2. I rent that warehouse there next to the mortuary service that's I-2.
Let me ask this, if you, presumably if you're storing materials outdoors, you need to secure that. You would want to secure those materials. So, I mean, would you be amenable to a TE that requires site-proof screening for any outdoor storage yards, even if it's not required? I'm waiting for a ruling on that, but.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I was just, it's not a PUD or an SPUD, so we cannot condition it. It's just a vote for a yes or no.
Oh, because it's straight
But
zoning.
do the standards currently, again, we were just wanting clarification on when site-proof fencing is required for I-2.
Well, I'm still working on it. It's next,
Oh, okay.
I can't do, definitely next to residential. And industrial zoning districts have an allowance for front yard fencing that exceeds a normal residential 4-foot for security purposes. But I need to read it to you if you're going to ask me about exactly
Sure.
outdoor storage screening. So just one sec.
Any other comments from others while we're talking about this? I feel like maybe I'm making a
That's the main issue.
bigger issue here, and really it's probably
So, I'll say to that,
self-regulating in a way.
Owning all that, it is down to very little across the street that he does not own, and if they were, I have a feeling we can trust. Some eyes on the street might even be good, even if they're plumbing and air conditioning and whatever. I'm less concerned right here with how few residences there are that he does not own.
Yeah. I'm willing to move forward and recommend approval, but I don't want to jump the gun on anyone else.
It'd be great to know, I mean, are we the only ones worried about the screening issue? I mean, it's directly next to I-2.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not like we're doing something divergent.
I mean, my only thought is I completely get the point that, you own the majority, but if there's one or two homes there that are homes, not your property, we need to be respectful of them as well.
I don't think there's any doubt that I'm respectful to the residents. I've cleaned that area up for the last 40 years, and I totally understand where you're coming from. I'd certainly be cooperative, but I don't want to go overboard on do this and do that. That old area is, I'd like to think that I cleaned that street up very well.
Well, and I'm sure you have. What I was trying to convey is that we need to afford them the same process so that we would afford if it was all residential and you didn't own the majority of it.
Well, there's not going to be new residential in that area, I can tell you that.
It's true. But they're probably renters, and they probably didn't get notice.
Yeah.
The people who actually are occupying the space.
Well,
All right, maybe we should just see where we are with the motion.
Yeah, I mean, we can't add a TE on a straight zoning.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go ahead and recommend approval of.
If we're not at 5, then then we would have to vote again anyway. So,
Yeah. I'll move approval of PC 10908.
Commissioner Govine moves to recommend to City Council approval of PC 10908. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes.
So we don't know if the screening is required.
We do not.
I don't feel I can cast a vote until I know that.
Site-proof screening is going to be required anywhere adjacent to R1, and then for any outdoor display uses or any storage yards that are where you have materials not offered for sale, those have to be screened from a public view.
Perfect.
So that would, and so the residential across the street on the other side of First, that's sufficient
Right.
proximity.
Yeah, that will
to
be,
trigger
that's
that.
considered adjacent.
Excellent.
I feel good about that.
Me too. And the motion passes. Congratulations.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank y'all for your service.
Thank you.
We're in line for item 25.
Item 25 is case PC 10910, application to rezone 11145 South Sunny Lane Road, AA to I-1.
Edward Taryn, 11145 South Sunny Lane Road. I'm here for the, right in place of the applicant. So we're looking for not agricultural, but I-1.
And you're asking for I-1 for the purpose of opening a motorcycle training facility?
Yes.
What does that mean for a layperson like me?
Okay, so it's basically going to be an open lot, like an open parking lot, and that's where we will conduct our safety maneuvers to certify people for their M endorsement, which is now an L endorsement.
I would imagine, one, I'm concerned about just giving you just the ability to just develop industrial in the middle of this area, but I do know that the area adjacent has I-1. But if we're talking about the particular use of the motorcycle training facility, I'd be really concerned about noise to the neighbors who are to the south of you.
Right.
With the motorcycles going all the time. But to be fair to the applicant, there are a number of I-1 and I-2 zoned properties along Sunny Lane in this area. Any thoughts, commissioners?
I have a thought. I'm very familiar with this area, and in Mr. Privett's absence, I believe there is a lot of this use out in that area. And do you currently happen to run that training off of like Indian Hills Road?
Where?
Off Indian Hills Road and I-35? Okay, I've actually taken that training and been there, and there's not a noise issue, and it's only once a week or something like that. It's once a week.
And keep in mind, commissioners, we don't have the authority to regulate that through this rezoning application. So I mean, while I appreciate that that is your intention, we have no ability to require that in any way in a straight zoning application. This is just I-1, in which the use would include, you know, this motorcycle training facility.
There is a lot more I-1 to the south that's not in this picture. There's the I-1 outside storage at 104th with all the RVs and RV repairs. I mean, it's just it's becoming a common occurrence in that area.
We do have 2 neighbors signed up to speak as well. Do we want to, is there anything we want to know before we hear from them? Okay.
Our motorcycles are 300 cc and below, so they won't be really loud Harleys, right? We won't have those really loud pipes.
But we don't have the ability to require you to do that. So you could turn around and train for Harleys, and we couldn't stop you if we were to approve this application as is.
I just wanted to mention that.
But thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, first we have Salita Chandler. Oh, okay, great. I'm so sorry, I'm not gonna be able to get that. Maybe it's Adams. Mr. Adams? Nope. Please come to the front. Are you Tim? You're not Tim. Okay, well then, are you Dan? Don, okay, excellent.
Afternoon, Commissioner. I'm Don Majors, 11500 South Sunny Lane. I literally live right across the street.
Okay.
History of that property, it's been there, and the property owner, a guy named Ed. Ed finally died, family trust sold it off. It was subdivided 3 times. Where this property is a 5-acre tract. There's no city services, there's no water, there's no sewer. The only thing you get is OG&E or OEC, and OEC literally just brought in high-speed internet. So that's how kind of rural this is. It's a brand-new 12-house subdivision to the south side of it. In that subdivision, those are all 1-acre tract houses in which the houses that were built with the new fire code with sprinklers in the houses and everything, because there is no city services whatsoever. I built a barn across the street, and I had to do a hydrology study on that area based on agricultural land. If a spot went in there with a large parking lot, that would change all the water runoff down to my side of the land. And I've got a lot of pictures if you want to see a roaring river across green grass. The other parts of it is motorcycles. I understand, I ride motorcycles, I have several, but go down the road, how many quiet motorcycles go by your car? They got them Borla exhausts, and they got the Harleys, and they're just loud. They are loud. On top of that, if you make it industrial, the open sewage lagoon, I don't think can be there. That sewage lagoon has been there at least 40 years, because I've lived there 20-plus years. There's one well on that property. It was subdivided 3 times, so I don't know where water's coming from. It's not coming from the city. If it's a motorcycle training center, they're required to have restrooms. There's no sewer for that unless they put it right in that open sewage lagoon again. So that becomes a problem in our area, because it stunk for a while. We don't want that problem. And that's why there's a bunch of us here that are very upset about a motorcycle training facility going in. Yes, if you go north, there are some I-1 that is an RV dealer who does some rentals, but mostly fiberglass repair. Just north of that is the former pawn shop that's now out of business and became a marijuana grow. And it looks like that is finally going away. Then you jump north of that, which is north of 104th, that's the Museum of Osteology. The Museum of Osteology, when they looked at bringing water in there, was cost prohibitive because the water source is that far away. It has to come from the north, so I don't see water coming in there anytime soon. There are no hydrants in that area. So it's just a hodgepodge of people living out there trying to live quietly, open their windows at night. The building, they just re-sided this last week. The wind tore off the old blue siding, they put white siding up. Has been a builder of storage sheds, it's been a tire shop, and the last thing was in it was a diesel truck place, which even at night, you open your windows, all you hear is the banging and stuff beating on trailers and trying to fix that stuff. It's not quiet anymore, and we'd like for it to go back to what it was. That's why the people moved out there, spending good money out there, especially on 111th Court. Those are all brand new houses. Small children, and a motorcycle training facility just does not fit that area. Plus, they'd have to open up a driveway on the South Sunny Lane Road. That's another issue. There's quite a bit of traffic. It's only a 2-lane road. So I have a lot of objections to it, so do the folks here. It just doesn't fit a motorcycle training facility. Any questions I can answer for you?
Any questions, commissioners?
Is there anything that the applicant can do that would get
You
you on
know,
board with this?
If you look at the map where it is, if you look on the bottom part of the map where the dotted line is, that is the culvert that goes underneath the road. It's only 42 or 46 inches. That big white spot to the right of it, that's my barn. When I had to do the hydrology study to meet the needs of the city of Oklahoma City and spent the $2,400, and they told me then that is adequately enough under Sunny Lane Road to carry that water away. If you hardball or asphalt 5 acres, that's straight runoff. Nothing will absorb into the soil. If you look at the drawing, the little fancy drawing on paper, the first little opening there, a little circle, that's the sewage lagoon. You just can't bulldoze a human sewage lagoon that's been there for 40+ years. That's where Ed's human waste went to from his house, but that's on another plat now. So I can't answer where the sewage is going. I can't answer where the water's coming from because he only had one well to run the whole setup out there. But other than the sewage being a problem, the amount of water under Sunny Lane Road coming to my place, no city services, the noise, the Dudley's house literally backs directly up, and so does the next family up, and I hit blank on his last name. But they back right up to it, and that drawing shows it coming right to their property line.
Anything else, commissioners?
Thank you. I got a question for staff. I think I know the answer already, but Barry, I presume this is outside the area that detention would be required? Yeah. So.
Thank you. Mr. Majors.
Sorry, I got a question. My original comment was regarding.
You have a question for him, or you have a
Yeah.
question? You can have a seat, I think,
I was
unless you
just
have a question for him.
Speaking to you guys.
Okay, you can have a seat. Thank you, Mr. Majors.
My original comment was regarding just like a motorcycle training parking lot type asphalt area, but I do have an issue with the straight zoning. And that's a concern because of the no utilities, no city services, the fire response, and especially that it abuts all those backyards with straight zoning is a concern.
I think I have the same concern, but to be clear about the process, we wouldn't be specifically approving a motorcycle training facility. We would not be, if we recommended approval of this, it's not that. It is, to Mr. Major's point, it's for just industrial, any allowed use currently for industrial. We're not making any decisions about what this developer would need, the applicant rather, would need as far as what it takes to get a building permit. So all those technicalities around what'd be required to bring water and sewer and all of those compliance questions are actually not on the table for us at this current moment. It's whether it's use. I'm inclined to agree with Commissioner Meek that let's get something more specific before we move forward with this. I think that's where I am. But I do know we have others who did sign up to speak unless they're okay with yielding their time to Mr. Majors. Tim Adams, you good? Do you have anything to add to what Mr. Majors said? Okay. And Mr. Ammerman, you're good. Okay. Other thoughts, commissioners?
So when you say you want more information, are you saying you want to see this come back as a SPUD?
That's where I am. Other thoughts?
So I'm certainly not going to approve the straight zoning right here of that, but even a SPUD for that, only 2 acres, just trying to, it might be that the applicant owns a bigger piece and just trying to carve out a little 2 acre and over analyzing it and getting down to specifics of what kind of motorcycle, well, how big an engine and what hours, it feels even that is going to be really strained for us to approve even a specific SPUD or PUD that detailed. I don't know that I'm still going to be okay with it.
I mean, we could.
Hours of
theoretically,
operation.
the hours of
We
operation.
could talk about
could
hours of
do.
operation, but I
the
mean.
noise enforcement we could do in a SPUD. Again, not with this current application.
Right. My point is just to kind of discourage a little bit little bitty 2-acre to be carved out, maybe this just isn't the spot for it at all, unless you have a bigger piece of property that you're trying to have some big buffers from neighbors and all kinds of things. But motorcycle training on 2 acres in the middle of this, I don't know I'm okay with it,
And
even with a
again-
spud.
Yeah, and so you're not even going to be able to get there with the spud. I think you're getting what you want currently, Ms. Chandler, but
I have a question.
Sure.
I have an issue. I'm at 3900 Southeast 108, and I'm to the west of that area.
okay.
I own 10 acres to the west of that.
Mhm.
There's like 13 acres that's empty right now that they haven't sold right next to us. So if they pour this pad and do this motorcycle training, are they going to want to drive through that pasture and do all their little things?
We don't have any ability to make that decision with the request that's in front of us.
Yeah.
The only thing that we're voting on today is whether or not to allow them to have all of the I-1 uses. That's the only thing we're voting on. So the site plan, whether
Well,
it's a
that was
motorcycle
my
training
concern.
facility or whether they build anything else that's allowed in I-1, that's the only thing that we're voting on today. So I cannot answer that question.
Okay, and that 108th Street is a private drive, it's a private road, so they can't access that either.
I couldn't even tell you the answer to that.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you. I think we just need a motion, commissioners. Where's the applicant? Do you want to respond? I think where we are is, I don't think you have 5 votes of support for this rezoning request. So your options, if I'm right about that, it sounds like your options are for us to continue this item, let you go back and work on potentially a SPUD proposal that would allow a special type of zoning where maybe we could work through some of the ways that we could do this, or we would recommend denial and you'd get a vote at the city council.
What are the other zoning options? SPUD?
That would be a specialized type of zoning that would essentially let you customize how the zoning would work. But that would allow us the ability to impose some other standards like buffers or landscape buffers like you heard in previous SPUD cases, like limit hours of operation. There'd be other things that we would have the limit access, points of access, to Ms. Chandler's point. We could do those things in SPUD. We cannot do those things in a straight zoning request. So what we could do, if you're not sure, is we could just continue this item to the January 11th meeting.
Okay.
And then we can come back.
All right. I suppose that would be the best option.
Okay.
I would suggest, given that in the holidays, I would probably
push it to the next month,
push it to the second meeting in
How
January.
you feel about that?
That's what I would think.
Second meeting is when?
What date is the second meeting?
25th.
The 25th.
The 25th?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. We just need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll move to defer the item PC 10910 to the January 25th meeting.
Commissioner Claire moves to continue PC 10910 to the January 25th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Meek. Please cast your votes. Can I make several suggestions to the applicant? And I want to say this so that the neighbors have heard me clearly. I don't believe you have 5 votes to come back and request any type of industrial zoning. I don't believe you can get that done here. My advice to you would be to visit with city staff and Sarah Welch, who's right here. Sarah, I would suggest you visit with Sarah. I would suggest you talk through those options with her and her team. I don't think you'll be able to be successful in getting a positive recommendation from this body to do anything that we wouldn't have the ability to narrowly tailor to address all of the issues that you heard from the neighbors. So taking into account the issues like access, noise, hours of operation, sewage, all those things. So drainage, all of that. So to the neighbors, I would also encourage you, if you have a leader among them, perhaps that is one of you could volunteer to be the point of contact with the neighbors, so that as you're working through these issues, you have someone to talk to who can sort of help organize the neighborhood to respond to that. It will be an expectation of this commission that you have spoken with the neighbors outside of this meeting to resolve any issues before you come back, okay? Okay. Please.
Okay, so the Motorcycle Safety Foundation and OKDPS won't allow us to use motorcycles that are more than 300 cc. To answer the question, well, it wasn't a question earlier, to state that. For the sewage, we'd be using porta-johns. We wouldn't be using city water, et cetera. So yeah, the sound pollution wouldn't be as harsh as maybe some people think, Harley riders, et cetera, because it would be a 300 cc, and we only have it would be a parking lot, and we'd have one class a week.
Well, I would suggest you talk with Sarah, and she can guide you through. She has a pretty good sense of where we would be. Again, I'd also suggest that among the neighbors who are here today, you get someone's contact to be the primary person that you're going to visit with about these issues.
Yes, sir. All right.
Thank you. Okay, we're in, this motion passes. To continue the item, we're on to item 26.
Item 26 is SPUD 1579, application to rezone 16501 Network Avenue from PUD 737 to SPUD 1579.
Good afternoon, Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, who is also here with me. This is an application to rezone the subject property to allow for a car rental facility. It's Enterprise, I'm sure you all are familiar. The underlying zoning, PUD 737, allows for all C3 and I1 uses. There are a few conditions in there, namely that wouldn't allow us to park any cars overnight on this site. So if a car didn't get rented out, technically we would not be permitted to leave it parked in one of the parking spaces overnight, which is the main reason for seeking and going through the SPUD route. Staff does recommend approval, subject to a few TEs. We agree to number 1, 2, and 4. We would seek to strike TE3. The exhibit that you all have in front of you is a modified Exhibit C, which the SPUD refers to under the signage regulations. We have revised it to conform to staff's request. So we would seek to just replace this. Staff already has this and has reviewed. We would just switch that out and seek to strike TE number 3. TE number 5 is regarding site-proof screening. So again, this subject property is primarily surrounded by that PUD 737. The screening that's requesting would be along the west, which if you can see, there's already a fence there. The purpose for this TE, from my understanding, is to ensure that that fence is maintained, so there's always some sort of screening between the subject site and that community to the west. So we would just seek to modify TE number 5 to stipulate that site-proof screening shall be required along the west spud boundary where adjacent to residential uses. So still doing exactly what the TE intended, but just specifying and clearing it up a little bit.
So, Caitlin, to be clear, on TE3, we would still need to approve a TE that limits the monument sign to these specifications, right?
So the signage regulation specifically refers to this exhibit. So they would have to comply with, comply
You'd
with
have
what
to
you
compl-
see
okay.
here. Yes.
Is that, Sarah? You good on that? Okay.
We stipulate that any additional signing other than what's illustrated in Exhibit C would have to be in accordance with the base zoning district, and I don't believe they would be allowed to have any other freestanding signs. So this is the previous Exhibit C that we have since modified.
Okay.
So that is what this will replace. And again, this complies with the 8 foot in height, 100 square feet in area.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, I'm sorry, Sarah Welch, Planning Department. We TE'd deleting reference to the exhibit because we didn't want that to go forward as with the pole sign. But by deleting Exhibit C, it would affect the reference to it in attached signs.
That was what I was concerned
Right,
about.
right.
Okay.
And so they're requesting to just replace Exhibit C. Correct. Yeah, with a revised one, which you should have in front of you.
What action is required of this commission in order to ensure that this is what we're approving in the SPUD?
So just to reiterate, we did already submit this to staff, so
Okay,
this
so
has
the
already
MDS has already been
replaced.
modified. The SPUD application's been
Right, so-
modified, excuse me.
We just need to record it in the minutes correctly. We already have the revised information.
Okay. Okay, so legal's good with that. That we be in, I just want to make sure that we've done whatever it's going to take.
Yes,
To ensure that this is what we approved and nothing different.
Correct.
Okay. Any other questions, commissioners? And I think we're just looking for a motion.
And no one was here to speak on this one?
Not on item, let me double check. I've made that mistake before. No.
Okay. With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of SPUD 1579 with TEs 1, 2, 4, and
Modifying TE5.
modifying TE5 to require the site-proof fencing along the west boundary.
And striking TE3.
And striking TE3. Okay. So,
And do I have to say anything about Exhibit C?
no, it sounds like that's already
It's in.
been handled administratively to change what Exhibit C is. So, okay. Commissioner Noble moves to recommend to City Council approval of SPUD 1579, subject to the technical amendments to the technical evaluations as read into the record, removing TE3, modifying TE5. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes.
Thank you.
And the motion passes. Thank you. We're now in line for item 27.
Item 27 is SPUD 1578, application to rezone 13128 Northwest 10th Street from AA.
Once again, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, this is a SPUD that would allow for commercial development. You see on the map, across the street is the city of Yukon. They have extensive commercial development that has gone on there. So we are just west of Cemetery, east of Cemetery. Most of that has also gone commercial. Staff does have 4 TEs, all of which we are in agreement with.
Excellent. This is in Ward 3. Commissioner Meek.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. We met over this, and I think in my notes, we went through everything that was concerning, and one of the questions I had was to make sure that the applicant understood that a lift station would be required due to gravity. They were aware, and I don't have any concerns regarding this unless other commissioners have opinions, and I didn't know if we had anybody here to speak on it. Okay. Anybody have any concerns?
And you said, David, you're in agreement with all the TEs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, if the TEs are good, then I'm good.
All right. With that being said, Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend approval for SPUD 1578.
The Commissioner Meek has moved to recommend to City Council approval of SPUD 1578, subject to the technical evaluations in the staff report. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner LaForge. Please cast your votes when available. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're in line for item 28.
This is PUD 1976, application to rezone 10807 Southwest 29th from AA.
Good afternoon, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates. Address is 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Jared, if you could pull up the presentation. I'm going to walk through just a handful of exhibits here. And what I just passed out is an amended master design statement. It is the red line version. The top cover of this were all of the changes that have been made since the staff report was published. These changes were discussed at a neighborhood meeting that was held last night. In addition, that document was sent out in an email to everyone who provided an email address at last night's meeting. I will note we received 2 bounce backs based on the inability to read some handwriting. To everyone else, I think we had about 30, 35 people at the meeting last night. It was sent out to those neighbors. So I'm going to walk you through this application, and then I'm going to walk through the changes that have occurred. The property here is north of Southwest 29th and south of the Turnpike in Southwest Oklahoma City. We filed an application that would allow for 30-foot wide single-family homes and duplex lots across the entirety of the property. If you can go to the next slide. So I'm going to walk through Plan OKC. It's outlined in your packet. Plan OKC, the guiding policy document for the city, noted this area as urban low intensity. And we talk about that a lot, and what that means is densities ranging from 4 to 8 dwelling units per acre. And then within Plan OKC, there are site design considerations that we're supposed to implement when designing a project. There are 5 of those. This project will meet 4 of them. The last one really has to do with commercial facade design and treatment, so it's not applicable to the residential project. Staff recommended approval. And what you're going to see in your staff report were a couple notes of ways to further conformance with the comprehensive plan. That included a buffer on the west side and then some additional larger lots on the west side where we are adjacent to a lot. In the changes, we've actually incorporated those, bringing it more to the plan, but we do have a recommendation of approval from staff. You can go to the next slide. So looking at the area, when we look at a project, we start thinking what's appropriate for an area. Everything in green here has a zoning that would allow in some form or fashion lots smaller than 6,000 square feet. And so some of these were quarter section PUDs, and so only a portion of that property was permitted to be less than 6,000 square foot lots. But I think it's worth noting there's a significant number of developments that allows smaller than 6,000 square foot lots and smaller than 50-foot wide lots. There's also multiple R2 zoning districts throughout this area that will allow duplexes. Typically, when we see these applications, sometimes the thought is, where the urbanization coming to a rural area, and that's where the concern over growth and density. The transportation infrastructure hasn't been upgraded, and introducing new density causes concerns. In this area, we're far from the first here. We're in the middle of significant suburban level of density. So if you could go to the next slide. I bring that up because a lot of times when we're here, you're looking at streets that are substandard. They're not in good shape, and the question is, can they support additional density in the area? We're on a section of land that on every side of it has seen recent improvements, and the city has anticipated the growth by putting forth bond projects to improve these streets. So Southwest 15th and Southwest Sarah Road had widening projects that were either completed, under construction, or planned. A new traffic signal is to be installed at 29th and Sarah, and then 29th Street was recently resurfaced. So the city's noted the growth in this area and then has funded it. In addition, Mustang Road, it's a state highway maintained and improved by ODOT. So we're in an area that we would say per Plan OKC, per bond votes, per traffic impact fee dollars that are planned to be spent here, has anticipated this growth. I think that's an important part because the density we're proposing is in line with the comp plan. So if you go to the next slide. So we did look at traffic. We did not do a traffic study. I think there was some confusion last night. It was called a traffic study. We did a traffic impact analysis. What we did was we looked at what specifically from this site and what the roadway capacities were. And so after this development is completed, which can take 5 to 10 years for full build out, based on this project, based on the existing traffic counts, the streets are still anticipated to operate at a level service A. So this is not a development that's the tipping point that's going to cause these to no service that the city would anticipate. Go next slide. So schools was brought up. I think it's worth noting. Mustang Schools was sent this application. There's no notes in the staff report over concern from the schools. Drainage is another area of concern. What you're going to see is a TE that we have included in the PUD that states we will provide detention regardless of whether or not it is required. So when we get to the platting stage, when you look in your staff report, Public Works will say detention may be required. That'll be determined at the final plat stage. We are agreeing to detention up front. There was a borrow pit that the Turnpike built when they needed dirt constructing the Turnpike. We're going to actually reuse that, improve it, and turn it into an amenity and a detention facility. Further, we're going to meet all sections of Chapter 16. We're not seeking any variances, and all of that's going to be reviewed by the Public Works Department when we get to the final plat stage. This was the site plan that was submitted. I know the neighbors, it was passed around the community. So this is what was submitted. It was all 30-foot wide lots. There was 311 of them across the site. If you go to the next slide. So this is where we were at, 6.5 units per acre, 11 acres of open space, and everything was 30 feet wide. And there were no buffers included in that application. It's worth noting on that application, we received a recommendation of approval from the staff. What we presented to the neighbors last night, in our view, was a significant difference an improvement toward achieving what they sought or what we were hearing in advance of that meeting. So what you see is a 20-foot buffer along our west property line. 50-foot wide lots adjacent to the large lot residential to our west. And then we've actually mixed in the densities, which is what Plan OKC would call for, by having 50-foot wide lots, some 40s, 60-foot duplexes, and then the 30-foot lots. Everything is centered around green space and amenities. Our client is a landscape architect by trade and training, and so what he's seeking to do here is provide a dense product with the right type of amenity package, the right type of landscaping, to prove that neighborhoods with smaller lots can be just as attractive as any other neighborhood that's built with larger lots. So it's a long list of summary of these revisions, but 50-foot lots along our western boundary with a 20-foot buffer. We've reduced the number of 30-foot wide lots that would be permitted to no lots, and we would look at that again at the platting stage. Minimum lot widths of 60 feet. Max density cap of 6 units an acre on it. 5% open space. I think it's worth noting it's 22.5% greater than what R1 would require. Detention we're requiring for this property. We've agreed to all the TEs that were in the staff report. So you'll see the 2-car garages are the 20-foot buffer. There was concern at the neighborhood meeting about would the folks across the street and the fence. So we've agreed to double the street tree requirement. The intent there is to have trees on both sides of the sidewalk, so you have a nice tree canopy walk through. And then something that came out of the last meeting over concern for projects like this is the HOA is going to maintain the fencing along the public ways. And so with that, we felt like going into that neighborhood meeting, we were seeking to make significant alleviate some of those concerns. We know that there are deep concerns over transportation and traffic issues in this area, but the city has taken steps. And in your staff report, there were no comments from traffic stating that this would be a tipping point in any way that would prevent the approval of this application. So there are some pictures in here about the amenities and the stylistic items that the developer's wanting to go to, and kind of his ethos as a developer stems a lot from landscape architecture. If you go to the next slide. There's, again, going to be a big amenity package. We've spaced out those common areas throughout the neighborhood so everyone has equal access to them. I think that's an important part of creating a unique neighborhood, particularly when you start dealing with density. I think a lot of times we talk about density and we say, there's just too many lots. And we space out the amenities in maybe the wrong way. We shove everything into a corner and we don't give folks with smaller lots access to the right type of open space. On this plan, what you'll see are multiple pocket parks so that everyone has access. What that gets to is with a smaller lot, you don't necessarily have to be confined to your backyard. You have common areas that you and your family can go to and enjoy that isn't just private space. It also helps build that sense of community. So, summary, this is where we ended up with 213 lots. We note that some are duplexes, so 276 housing units. That's right around 6 units an acre. We've increased the open space up to 13.6 by including our pedestrian pathway that cuts through and some of the other pocket parks and all of the other items I've listed. So I know there's quite a few people that are here to sign up or that have signed up to speak. What I would say is there's a lot of changes that were provided to you in that red line document. If we're at a point where we feel that an approval is going to be made, it's our understanding that you can move approval subject to the amended document that you've received that was dated with the date on the front of it of December 13th. That would take care of all the T's in the staff report and everything listed and provided. And I have a copy, I'll provide it to staff so they have it. But this was sent back to staff last night, so they have all of these revisions.
Staff's good with that? Course of action, potentially? Is that essentially we would just move to say that this document is replacing? I just want to make sure we have the process down correctly.
I think that it would, well, has the neighborhood had an opportunity to review as long as everyone has, then I think you would make a motion, if you were to approve it, to revise the MDS to the one dated today, or revised on December 13th, 2023, and just briefly describe the sections that have been amended.
Okay. Just want to be clear on process. All right. This is in Ward 3. Commissioner Meek.
Yes, sir. I attended the meeting last night. I heard a lot of concerns, and these neighbors, I want to give them, I did ask them to have some spokespersons and try to keep all their comments, where they're not repetitive. They do have some very good points. I was at this area multiple times in the same day, preschool let out, after school let out, and then rush hour before the meeting. Even though Ward 3 is really big and it's 20 miles from my house. So I know the area, I've been there before, but yesterday specifically I parked and watched, and I saw it is a mess out there. There is a lot of traffic, and neighbors had a lot to say. Before we hear from them, I want to go on record and state that I'm fairly new in the commission. I believe this product is also fairly new. We did have a couple of cases on our last meeting. There were no protests. That's not the case tonight. Sitting here tonight, listening to other commissioners speak, I've heard a lot of comments. I know they're not specific to this property, but I've heard a lot of comments. Some, and I hate to repeat things you guys have said, but one of them's, where do we stop putting 6 dwellings per acre? I understand that Plan OKC, even though it's almost 9 years ago now, Plan OKC states that, the dwelling units per acre, this fits. I believe Plan OKC might not have captured what's happening out there and didn't have the crystal ball of what's going on in that area with all the roofs. I don't believe the impact fee program has been used in the way it should to help the issues in that area. I've heard that this neighborhood's not, that I've heard a comment stating that it's not consistent, it's not compatible, that we're packing too much in here, that this is going to be used against us in the future. I'm going to quit quoting, and I'm going to say that we care a lot about buffers and fences and outside storage. But in this area, this is, in speaking to the neighbors in phone calls, I didn't speak to any at the meeting last night specifically, but in the many phone calls I've received, I firmly believe the neighbors do not have an issue if they would have just done R1 zoning and done 50-foot lots, period. And I believe you'll hear that, and I'd like to let them talk. I believe that they're upset with the 30-foot lots, and they're upset with the shell game of, okay, we'll take some 30-foot lots out, but now we're going to do duplexes. I believe it's packing too much people in here, too many vehicles, too many children in their school district. That was a big deal. I also want to go on record and say that I don't, and we did have a Deer Creek superintendent here, and I heard that superintendent speak to the fact that they don't know where these notices go, that the neighborhood brought this gentleman that time. But when you say the schools didn't respond, I don't think I think it would take staff an afternoon to be able to call the school districts in this area and find out where these notices are going and who, and make sure that they're going to the correct person. And I believe there would be school people here begging us to watch the density in this area. I'm going to get off my soapbox, and I'm going to request that we listen to some neighbors.
Anything else from commissioners before we do that? Okay.
If I might clarify real quick.
Please.
The school districts, we have been in contact with the school districts. In fact, after the last meeting, we were in contact with them, with the superintendent. So we have sent for years all of the notices to each school district office. And the school districts always receive the notices of any project that's within their boundary.
Go ahead, Sarah.
Did you want to add? Go ahead, Sarah, if you want to add.
Go ahead, Sarah.
No, I was just going to say, we send them development review forms so that they're able to comment in time to put the comments in the staff report, as well as now we do notice them also.
Go ahead.
Did we talk a lot about the fencing and the maintenance of the fencing the last time we
It's going to be maintained by the HOA.
We saw this, but
Right.
then that was a concession
Right.
made. It would be
I-
maintained by the
I
HOA.
will, yes, I do want, thank you for
I just
bringing
wanted to
that
note
up.
that one thing
There
before we
were-
move on to other comments.
Thanks to Mr. Zitzow, there's been many concessions. One of my biggest is that 5, 6, 10 years from now, different stains, different, fences falling in, different fences rotting, whether it's dog-eared, flat, straight, picket, you drive down a main thoroughfare and it looks horrible, especially with all the 30-foot lots and driving down the Kilpatrick and seeing the backs of that many 30-foot lots. I believe with the 50-foot lots even, I believe this is a great concession, and I appreciate that. That's a big deal, I believe, especially in my ward, that I appreciate that movement. I understand that. The last thing I want to say that I remembered that when you talk about the dwelling units per acre, you take this big giant pond and drainage area and you take it out, and then if you figure it on just the area of the homes, that I believe it's a little bit ambiguous.
Sure, that question did come up. I guess the unfortunate reality is that is the standard way to calculate gross density of a property.
I understand.
Our dwelling units per acre matches what was in the staff report. It's commonplace. Part of the reason you do that is so you can get at if you actually flip through Plan OKC and it shows you potential and desirable site plan actions, it's to preserve corridors, it's to preserve stream beds, it's to preserve riparian areas, and they would prefer that you have denser properties, denser development to protect those things. So in this case, this is not a protected wetland. This is not an existing detention facility. Nothing would stop an owner from coming in, filling it, and adding more lots in that area. And so what we're doing, we believe, is achieving everything Plan OKC set out. But yes, there was a question as to the validity of the density calculation, that it should exclude our open space.
Any other questions from commissioners before we hear from our neighbors? Okay. First, we'll hear from Sandra Blim. Okay, you've appointed someone to speak for you? Okay, and your name, sir? Please give us your name and address for the record.
Good
And you have
afternoon.
5 minutes to address the commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm David Seiler, 11001 Southwest 29th Street. I drew the short straw, so I get to address everybody today and hopefully adequately present some of the concerns that my neighbors have had. Today, I bring in front of you guys a lot of hard work. It was 557 as I left the house today, signatures of the neighbors in the area that oppose the PUD 1976 the way it was presented. Okay. Neighborhood meeting last night, I felt like I left there with a sense of the engineer, and Mr. Pennington suggested that the engineer would be more than willing and to communicate and to massage this development. I was encouraged because I found that to be the case. As we left, there was a lot of work to be done, and there was a lot of neighbors that communicated to me some additional needs and some additional information that I want to share with you guys today. Something that the commission really needs to understand is the last meeting that you guys had, there was 2 other projects in the same ward within 2 miles that was approved for 30-foot lots, okay? So if we combine those 2 properties with this proposed property, it's 1,200 additional 30-foot lots within 2 miles of this property, okay? This is a 2-lane road. Not only is it just those 2 properties, but we found out last night that at the corner of Southwest 29th and Sarah Road, which is the closest intersection, there's a PUD that has 345 apartments that have already been approved, not built yet, okay? In addition to, the Kilpatrick Turnpike has come in to this 2-lane road, and that's all the improvements that the city has tried to make to the intersection. It's because the Kilpatrick has overwhelmed that community of two-lane roads, okay? Because it dumps off right there at 29th and Mustang, or more, Sarah Road, sorry. Additionally, I mean, if we just take the national average, you know, if we approve the third 30-foot lot development, that's an additional 3,000 additional cars per day, average of 2.5 cars per household, okay? If you figure that out by normal commutes, going to work, coming back, 2 trips a day, that's 6,000 additional passes on these two-lane roads by just these 3 developments. That doesn't include the apartments on two-lane roads, which brings me over to the traffic study, okay? Mr. Mark was kind enough to provide a very informative email last night, which has a lot of links. And one of the links, as I dug into it, because traffic is probably, I think Mark would agree, was one of the resounding messages last night at the meeting, which surprised me that my neighbors have, is the traffic density was probably the #1 concern, okay? But as I dig into the traffic study, I found out the traffic study that we're basing that all this traffic is within the tolerance of what the city allows, the traffic study was done in 2021, right in the heart of the pandemic, okay? Based on census.gov, during 2019, 2021, they had 1/3 of the people that had jobs or workers work from a home. So what's that mean? That means that the traffic count during COVID had 1/3 the number of passes by that during that time frame. We don't have an adequate number to give you guys of how dense this traffic is. And so, you know, one of the things that I want to make very clear, we understand that this is going to be developed. We're not anti-development. We're anti-30-foot lots. The developer, the engineer, everybody has been willing to communicate. That's a heck of a great first start. But we did it all too late. We don't have a final plan that the community is going to be happy with. They're gonna continue to fight this until we can massage and grind the edges off to where everybody's not happy, but understand that it's good for the community.
Mr. Seiler, I'm sorry. I'm sure you have prepared remarks. I'm just wondering if you could, for our benefit,
sure,
get directly to the specific issues of this application.
Gotcha.
And if possible, you could get to specifically responding to the changes that have been made, because I understand and appreciate and hear the objections, and it sounds like it's pretty much shared by your neighbors, because I see them nodding as you're talking, that no one wants to see 30-foot lots, and I understand that, but the proposal before us currently is it went from being 100% 30-foot lots to only a third 30-foot lots.
Correct.
So I'm hoping you can kind of shed some light as to what the difference is between the neighbors' expectations currently and the current proposal before us.
The difference is that some of the, at initial viewing, we all look at like 60-foot lots, and I was like, man, this is incredible. We went from 30-foot lots to 60-foot lots, but very quickly I realized that those are duplex lots. Nowhere in the first presentation of the original was there any communication about duplexes. That's really got people upset. You've got a community of homeowners that, are you familiar with BTR? Build to rent.
Okay.
Okay. BTR is going to be the majority of this community. It's going to become rental homes. Okay. And BTRs they're built for a main purpose. You guys, including myself, we're all for affordable home ownership, but a BTR is a cash cow for an investor. it's not home ownership, it's rentals. And so that's a huge issue. The transportation being too tight, huge issue. The school system, Mustang Schools is on their 9th elementary, 9, and man, I'm skipping over a bunch, but I think infrastructure is a big issue. We had a blackout on Thanksgiving night because there was so many people, I guess, in the area with oversaturation of stoves and whatnot. You know, I mean, those are serious situations. This area is not ready for this density. With that, I'm going to pass my time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any
Thank you,
questions?
Mr. Seiler. Next we have Michael. Apologize that I couldn't read your last name.
No problem.
Please give us your first and last name for the record.
Michael
and
Fosdar.
You have 5 minutes.
You bet. Michael Fosdar, Fosdar Law Firm, 3601 Wimberley Creek Drive. I represent my HOA as well as my own interests. We are just to the east on this map. I've got a couple exhibits.
On the other side of the turnpike for clarification.
Yes,
Okay.
on the other side of the turnpike. So I've got a few exhibits to hand out here. So I'm going to hit a few different points than David did. I've got a little bulleted list I want to run through, but I'll kind of explain that exhibit and kind of go where we're in representing the neighborhood and everything. I mean, obviously you've heard it. Thank you for being at our meeting last night. The biggest issue we have is the 30-foot lots. And this, when you get this exhibit, I'll kind of explain why we have that issue. One thing that's being left out as well, if you look over here on the corner of South Sarah Road, Southwest 29th, that is going to be an On-Q Express that is across the street from the Brahms. So kind of just to reiterate traffic, we've kind of beat it to death, but we will then also have a On-Q Express right here. Southwest 29th is 2 lanes on both sides once you get past the turnpike. I live in the neighborhood to the east. We have at basically elementary school drop-off times, our neighborhood can't even get out. It is blocked completely by the street, so if we had emergency services, things like that, that's only going to get worse as we go through here. And so we are super scared at just to that degree. The way I get out of my neighborhood at that time to go to my business, which is over on Southwest 15th Street, and when we can run to that transportation slide, I'll kind of reiterate bonds and things like that are coming. But the only way I can get out, I drive a big Jeep and a big truck. I got to pull out and block so that I can see. But we are down to 1 lane, not 2 lanes, because one is completely blocked. We all have to share. People just drive the wrong way down the lanes. So we're creating a safety issue. And we're not here to say we don't want the development. We don't want the 30-foot lots with the density. So I'll kind of go over the handout I sent there. So what you see right there, that is an Audi Q5. That's my wife's car. She graciously let me take a picture of that while she was in it. That's a 15-foot wide car. This is the tape measure that I used. I measured 20 feet, which is what the width of the houses they are proposing. So you can see the car. There's 5 foot longer than that car is 20 feet. So that's a 30-foot lot. They want to also do 2-story homes. You stack all these 2-story homes together, what happens if one of those catches on fire? They're all going to go in a row. You're not going to be able to shut down with such a short distance between them. There's no way you're going to be able to shut that down, just from a safety perspective. Looking at the rows and the lines and everything like that, that's a hazard there. I just kind of want to point some of these things out of the proximity and how close we're putting these things together. The next point is the conformity to what's around. So if you look at our area, 2 of these did get approved recently, right? But if you look at all the housing developments, everything around here, there is not a single one that looks like this. They all, even if it's zoned R1 and it says they can do less than 50 feet, they're all 50 feet, they're all 2-car garages. We don't have anything anywhere in this vicinity that's a 1-car garage that's just crammed together. one other point to reiterate on the one-car garage, how many people have one car if you were in a multifamily situation? Most people have two. I'll be a person, I have multiple cars, but the thing is, I have a garage and it's 9 times out of 10, one of them's full of crap, right? So I have a 2-car garage that's really just a 1-car garage because I got storage in the other side. So now I've got no car garage. I've got 1 car parked in the driveway. I got 1 in the street. The other concern is, how's my fire truck gonna get through there? Is that gonna be 5 cars deep? You know, especially if I got them all stacked on one row, my fire truck can't get there to put fires out. So, I'll jump over to my bulleted list just to hit some real high points that my neighbors have kind of jumped out, and then I'll kind of close, but just to kind of reiterate some of our major concerns. Emergency services, schools, we've kind of already hit that. Flooding, one thing to think about is all the impervious area that is gonna go away. So right now, this is all dirt. If I go and put all this density and basically take those lots and put the 30-foot setback, 2 foot, I'm basically taking all of that away with concrete and different things that even with a detention pond that was just for digging out dirt for the turnpike, isn't probably gonna handle that water when there's a creek that I don't think you can see it, but there's a creek right over here next to Mr. Seiler's house that they've actually had to come in and dig it out completely because it fills up and it's actually washed out the bridge. So our concern is with this density, now you're gonna take all that water and put it in that creek, and then you could potentially flood this area. And our biggest gripe is the 30-foot, is the lot size. If you were just to summarize everything, I mean, I can talk about traffic, I can talk about development, I can talk businesses. Up north, we had the ones that have been approved, but the biggest thing you're gonna hear from all of us is a resounding, we don't want the 30-foot lots. We want it to conform to everything around the area, which is the 50-foot lots.
For clarity, and I appreciate and I fully have heard you, and I had a long conversation with Mr. Seiler, so I've heard thoroughly the concern about 30-foot lots. I'm trying to understand how we move forward, so my question is about that. It is not to dismiss in any way, shape, or form your concerns or what you've said. I've heard you fully. If I were to convert these 30-foot lots, okay, into 60-foot lots with duplexes, does that change your view of this proposal?
If you were to convert everything to a 50-foot lot.
That wasn't my question.
Yes.
My question was, if I converted these 30-foot lots to 60-foot lots with duplexes, what's your response to that?
Well, then that didn't change your density at all.
Okay, so the issue is not about the 30-foot lots then, it's about the density.
Well, yes, in theory, yes,
Right,
it's density.
okay,
So
because
whether it's
that
a
was the
30
point
foot-
that I was trying to get to
Yes,
was.
yes,
The
sorry.
concern is about the density. So you wouldn't want it, clearly, you and everyone here who is representing your neighborhood doesn't want to live on a house with a 30-foot, that's a 30-foot lot. But my point is getting at, so what we're talking about really is the density and the level of density.
Honestly, it's both.
Whether it's a 30, okay, so it's both.
So if you look at that, that's a 20-foot wide house, right?
Mhm.
So even just looking at a 20-foot wide house, we have a problem with that. It is also the density, right? It's a 2-story house. How are you gonna put a stairwell, a garage, all these things in here to get a house that is, it is density, yes, it's density, but the 30-foot lot.
Okay.
If I drive by a neighborhood that's full of 30-foot lots and this little 20-foot houses, the bigger concern I have is not even just the 20-foot house, where are the cars gonna go? They're either gonna be in the street, they're gonna be in the yard long-term. I mean, not to knock anybody, but if I only have one space, eventually people are just gonna be like, okay, well, if you park a little bit over this way, I'm a little over this way, we now have 2 cars in our yard, half in our yard, and we're still on our property. But that's a scary proposition, I think, is what we're creating with the 30-foot lot. Is this is a family dwelling. If this was one person living there, I don't think you'd have a problem. But this is for a family, 2 kids, whatever, living on such a small space in such a small area. I think we have safety concerns as well as a bigger safety concern. Even if they were duplexes, you still have a ton of safety concerns.
I understand. I wanted to know if it was about the existence of 30-foot lots or the overall density. It is both, and I thank you for that clarification. Anything else from commissioners? Thank
I
you.
think that's it. I think our commissioner hit it on the nail on the head. He was there. We kind of reiterated a lot of these points last night, so thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
I do have one more thing. It was a big resounding thing I kept hearing about.
I think you can have a seat. I
Yeah.
think you're good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Thank you.
There were people upset that it was Wednesday night and they had to attend church and they couldn't be heard. I don't know, I know that Mark really tried to get this meeting. There was some time constraints and it was a late meeting. It got scheduled, right before this today, and being on a Wednesday, there was a lot of people that couldn't come. I heard a lot of people talk about notifications, how many people are notified in a case like this, and I understand that, I heard once again, and we've heard it before, the lack of signage of notifications, which I believe Oklahoma City could do a better job on if they would adjust that requirement.
Totally agree with you on that.
I also want to go on record and state that I have been contacted probably, and it gets a little gray area, but I believe at least 10 of my phone calls were from people that are upset about the 2 previous 30-foot lot additions that we passed in the last meeting. And they are piggybacking on this. I believe it's a product issue. I also want to state that I heard in the meeting that there were neighbors that asked Mr. Munzie with Johnson Associates that if they believe that they built the bigger house on the 50-foot lot and sold the same package, could they make as much the same amount of money as a developer doing the 50-foot lots that they're requesting? And he believed they could, but it's a product that they can sell faster on the 30s. So it's about a speed of infilling the neighborhood. And I just believe, and I'm going to be done with my comment on this, is that it's a conformity issue. I do believe it's the density issue. I believe that when you look at I believe it's a Home Creations addition in front of them. They're all on 50-foot lots, and nobody complains about that addition. They're not trying to packing too much in here. That's the point.
We do have 2 other neighbors signed up to speak before we start going too far into our own discussion on this. Not sure if Ms. Blim wanted to take an opportunity, if you have anything to add. I did? Good. All right.
About a mile or less than a mile from where this proposed
Could you give us your name and address for the record, just so we're clear?
Sandra Blam. Where do we live, dear? 3416 Sardis Way, Yukon. We live in Brookstone Lakes West across from this, our entrance there, well, the south entrance, east entrance. Less than a mile from this on the corner of 29th and Mustang is already an almost completed, moderately sized apartment building complex. So they're going to come down there, come over here, to go right over here to this intermediate school that's right there just south of the Brahms, not very far, down Sarah Road. That's recently been widened, which was wonderful. Then on down the road, not very much further, is the next site for the newest Mustang Elementary School. So I see a lot of traffic potential more coming through there from housing that isn't filled yet. And that is another concern. And I know we've talked about traffic, but I just wanted to make you aware that we already have some dense population with that apartment complex about to be finished. That will happen at that corner. And I see that 29th, and I don't know if 29th is a very narrow blacktop road. It has no shoulder at all on the north side. There is a good ditch there. That bridge over the creek, at least once this year, we had enough rain that there was water coming over the top of the bridge, and it was treacherous to drive across that. I don't know that a retention pond is going to take care of all that because there is so much that runs into that creek. And I know that somewhere this year the city was out to look at cleaning out that creek and that area where that bridge is because there's tons of deadfall through there along with trash. big trash. We back up to that creek in that addition. The creek is in the greenbelt behind us, and my husband and I walk down through that area, and there's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen just for regular rainfall to prevent a lot of problems. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ronald Williams? Anything to add? And please give us your name and address for the record. And
Thank you for hearing me. I really don't have much to add. I mean, my neighbors have done a good job, as well as Commissioner Meek, I think, in providing a sufficient detail of what the concerns are in the neighborhood. But I just want to say, just from a big picture standpoint, that this is this neighborhood is such a departure from the developments in our area, which are all, as Commissioner Meek had said, 50-foot lots, more traditional suburban type entry-level homes, that it seems to me it's like a test case to see whether this type of development is going to fly in our area. And I think if it's approved as is, we're going to get more of this, a lot more. And I think the potential to overwhelm the infrastructure is very real. My wife and I already experience significant quality of life issues from the traffic that's been discussed a lot, and it's real. So if you haven't been out there at rush hour on 29th Street, I'd encourage you to go. It's quite an experience to try to get through there. But I won't take up any more of your time. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Thank you all for your comments. Commissioners, where are we?
I've got some
Please.
comments. It's mostly to respond to most of the, listening to the concerns. I want to distinguish some things and then try to bring it in perspective. And while you guys do know the area better than I do, it's still something I feel like we need in the city. And we had some comparisons to earlier. Earlier, we heard one, that little bitty spot, and that was like 28 units per acre. It was really small, and we weren't comfortable with it. Then we heard one that was 17 units per acre, and we approved it. It was quadplexes. If we put quadplexes here, that'd be 800 units. Then I'd be listening to density in that intersection and traffic, and this is not 800 units. If we change these 30 lots to 50-foot lots, the 30-foot lots to 50-foot lots, we would change from 213 to 177. Instead of 4.5 units per acre, it'd be 3.7 units per acre. It's just not a huge difference. This works here. It adds incrementally to the rest of the area and the density, but this change from 30-foot lots to 50-foot lots just doesn't move a material needle. I think the market should decide whether or not somebody wants a small house on a small lot, as long as it's not the entire thing. 800 units here would be too much, but a portion of this being smaller, if there's some people that want to have a small house, it may not be a family, maybe it may be a single person. It's whoever wants it there. The comments about build to rent, I don't have a major problem with that. Some people, they want a house, but they want to rent. Some people, in the words I've heard, are meant to rent. Regardless, if somebody wants or is meant to rent, I want them to have an opportunity to have a home too. So a small portion of these being smaller, I think they're well placed. I think the compromises here work. I think there's been a lot of changes. I think this ends up looking like a model of what works here. And if we just change those 30-foot lots to 50-foot lots, it wouldn't be a big difference. It just wouldn't have small houses. I'm fine with some people living in small houses and some people living in a little bit bigger houses. I think it's compatible. I think it works. And if there was some reason this whole thing didn't work, that'd be one thing. But I think it got close enough, and changing from 30-foot to 50-foot just wouldn't make a big difference to me.
For clarity, these are streets built to city standards, correct?
Absolutely.
So if it's built to city standards, there is room for people to park on the street. Just wanted to be clear about that. But any other comments from commissioners?
I can echo what Commissioner LaForge said. That's all.
Commissioner Noble? Commissioner Claire?
Yeah, a few things. One, this is a new product. One of the things I have yet to see yet and I think would be very helpful, is all we've seen is a plan diagram. But if we had any kind of photos of actual built 30-foot products, and an associated street, that would be, I think, not only helpful to us, but the neighbors as well, to understand what this could potentially look like. I am, much with Rusty, I'm all for affordable housing, and a varied product type. That said, it's so new. I'm not sure how affordable these are. I mean, 30-foot lot, and I haven't seen any of these for sale yet, so I don't know if these are a price point of 150, 175, or if they're still going for 225. And if that's the case, well, how really affordable is that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Along those lines, the other thing I believe personally that where these 30-foot lots came about are in highly urbanized areas where you're walking to school, you're walking to work, you're walking to the grocery store, and the majority of the time, your vehicle stays parked and off the streets, and not contributing to congestion. And I think that is very successful. There's a lot of people that want that lifestyle. But when you take that same product and you move it out into an urban area where you have to get in the car, suburban area, and you have to get in your car to go to the dry cleaner, to the grocery store, et cetera, I don't think it works then. So I was torn on where we draw the line, and I'm wondering, and maybe this is something that needs to be considered as we update codes and Plan OKC, but maybe there's a requirement that they have to be within a certain, half mile of retail, jobs, et cetera, to emphasize people to walk, make it walkable. So, or have that component within the development. That's just a thought.
But as far as your vote, your thing is we should remove the 30-foot lots. Is that where you are?
Yes.
Okay.
That is another thing that I heard in the meeting last night, that they didn't call it a grocery store desert, but they have a Brahms market, and that's about the only place in the area. There were several people that spoke about the lack of anything but homes in that area, and that's why they don't believe the 30-foot lots conform. You guys know where I stand on this. I believe that this case, I believe that there's a contract issue, and this was deferred once. It's unfortunate that the meeting happened at the midnight hours, and they just got to hear the first concessions or changes to this plan. I think there's a lot to, I know that Mark says if we just approve what he gave to staff, we're good, but I don't think the neighborhood is there. I know there's more people involved with this. There's 500 people on a petition, and a whole bunch have called me. A whole bunch have called a lot of people. I believe most of you spoke with people regarding this. I'm looking towards a deferral with a little bit more give, a little bit more changes. The 30-foot lots, one thing I did want to say, the gentleman in the OU hat spoke about this. I understand that, and I said this in the last meeting when we had no protesters on a 30-foot lot case, is that if it's an affordable housing issue, you do a 50-foot lot and build your 20-foot house. When you build the 20-foot house, you have to go two-story. I counted 38 two-story houses in a row on the north side, 38 of them in a row and 17 of them on the other side, that are all two-story, and they have 10-foot separation. Fire goes up. If they have an AC condenser which catches on fire on the side of the house and catches one of these two-story houses on fire, it is going to be a row of houses on fire before their fire response can get there. One of the other things the neighbors complained about last night was lack of police department coverage, and there is a delayed response time in that area. Just the density in general was the main complaint. So with that being said, I don't know where to go from here. It doesn't sound like to me that anyone's in real agreement either way.
So Commissioner Meek, I'm hearing you say we should defer this item. So if we were to do that, hypothetically, where are you seeing the place where we can get to some place of agreement? Is the position that you're taking that we should just go to 50-foot lots, and if they go to 50-foot lots, then we're good? Or is the position that we just need to eliminate the 30-foot lots and we can go from there? Like, I guess I'm wanting to understand that if this commission's decision is to send it back and say, Mark, come up with something better, what are we saying is better besides make them all 50-foot lots?
Well,
or is that the answer? If that's the answer, that's the answer. But I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I believe the answer.
I want to know a little bit on the density, right? If we make them 60-foot lots in their duplexes, right? And they can do that. And so the idea of a 40-foot lot, a 30-foot house, they're still 10 foot apart. So the fire is the fire. That's all to code.
I'm talking about they have to all be two-story on a 30-foot lot. They all have to be two-story. That's not typical. That's not the conformity of all these other neighborhoods. They're not all two-story houses because they have the lot room to be able to not two-story.
But what I think on the 30-foot lots is to let the market bear what the market bears. And if they're not selling, they'll replat. I mean, that's what they would do. The idea that we have 12, 15, 20% more cars because we have X number of 30-foot lots, the roads already need to be widened. Your ward, Nate, is incredibly too dense for the roadways already. I mean, we've said it a million times up here. They have to build the homes before they're going to build the roads.
Unfortunately.
I believe there's places for these 30-foot lots. I'm not saying the 30-foot lot is the end all of renting an area. There are places for a 30-foot lot. Like Nate said, there's places where you can walk and you get services. You don't have to get in your car 4 times a day to pick up kids, drop off kids, go get your dinner, go get anything that you're buying. I think you guys know how I feel regarding this. I spoke on the last 2 cases of 30-foot lots. Just because you can file a PUD, because you don't conform, because you want more, doesn't make it right, guys. This is a product that's not tested. We have to live with and face our neighbors. We have to live with and face the people we're here to represent and look out for. And none of these have completed, and we've already approved. There was one that deferred tonight that's on here, a second one. There's 2 from the last meeting, and I believe there's already one more that went before I was a commissioner. And so in this area that lacks the services and walkability and has the traffic concerns, I beg to differ. I believe that if they were 50-foot lots, there's less people in this addition, and I believe the developer could still have a good product to sell. If you want to buy a $150,000 or $100,000 home and or rent a home, because you have that right also, there's areas to go do that. But I don't believe this fits this area.
So practically, commissioners, where I think we are, I don't think we're at 5. Doesn't sound like we're at 5 votes. Am I correct in that, Commissioner Claire? So if we're not at 5, then we're at a continuance.
Yeah.
Where's the applicant on this?
If I may, I want to address just a couple pieces.
Please.
And then the developer wants to say something about the comments being made about the home type.
I think, Mark, I mean, given this late hour, and you've heard where we are, I
We're
hope
not
it's
at
designed to persuade the side that's not.
Sure.
Okay.
We're not at a point where we're looking for a continuance, and that's my point.
Okay.
We've took a 1-month continuance. We're in the unfortunate part of the year where we only have 1 meeting. We set out after that last hearing. We reached out to the folks that called us with no response from the representative, from the neighbor that did reach out. We talked to the others, and as soon as we heard, we worked diligently to set up a neighborhood meeting. While they've been collecting 500 signatures on a change.org petition, nobody has reached out.
They had the opportunity to show up today at this meeting. Everyone was aware of it. At this point, none of those 500 people were unaware that there was a meeting today. And there's 10 people here. We had 35 at the neighborhood meeting last night. So this idea that they've not had the ability to comment on this is just, it's not really accurate. Notice was sent. Everyone is fully aware the application's on today. I'm gonna let James address the housing product and issue.
James Ryder, developer, 3201 Willowbrook Road, Oklahoma City. I can't guarantee the product type because I'm the neighborhood developer, but this is an example, if you want to pass that around, of a two-story house on a 30-foot plan. I'd like to comment on just the math of homeownership today. Housing cost has doubled for anyone that's financing any significant portion of their house. I would assert that a no vote today is a no against some of our residents living in a dignified place. To be clear, this development is profitable at 50-foot wide lots. It's more profitable with the 30s, thus it gives us more margin to overspend on amenities. You've mentioned making a case or understanding the 30-foot wide product. I could put in R1, 50-foot lots, no amenities, and develop a place that's really not dignified for people to live in. We have them all over town.
Yes.
I personally got to grow up in a rental house, $150,000, that my parents lived in because my mom didn't work. They graduated to $250,000. I got to live in the first house while my wife was in PA school, in a $107,000 house in the village, 1,300 feet. My kids, I had 3 children in that house. I too parked 1 car in the garage. I understand. I had a 1-car garage, actually. So I empathize with this, but I want to tell you who we're saying no to if we put in 50-foot wide houses. I'm going to tell you the math first, though. Immediately east of the Turnpike is a D.R. Horton neighborhood. They've got a 1,756 square foot house for $331,000. That's the mortgage payment of $2,270 per month. I need to make 3 times that amount to afford to live there, whether I'm a renter or buyer, and not be house poor, okay? So that would be $6,800 a month, an $81,000 salary. I would not be able to live in a D.R. Horton neighborhood when I got married. I made 40 grand. That would have been 60 grand a day, still couldn't live there. Neither could a teacher in Oklahoma City, neither could most of the people who work for the city of Oklahoma City. The highest paid non-manager of OnQ definitely won't live in this neighborhood under any housing type, unfortunately. They would have to live somewhere at $746 per month. So unfortunately, this doesn't provide a solution for them, for their children to climb trees. I'd like you to go to the slide with the trees, one of the best amenities. If I dwell in an apartment, I do not get to interact with nature. Neither do my kids. And I just want to encourage everyone to realize there are thousands of voices who can't buy the house. You might relegate them to some status of society, but they're actually normal people that look just like me. Their wife's in school. They chose to have mom at home instead. If I build 50-foot wide lots, only 2-income family for a lot of them. Mom can't stay at home. No choice. All her agency to be who she wants to be gone. I think that's a shame, personally. I would like you to vote yes on this PUD as we've revised. We've been pretty generous. We took away 1/3 of the lots. The first application, by the way, we could have built 100% duplexes, which was never my intent, but I needed a little bit of flexibility with the market to put them in the best spot. But we've thought through that. You can't fix this by going to lot size. I'll go to the neighborhood just north, Ashton Court. Ashton Court was developed by Tracy Williams and his partners. Lennar bought in there. Lennar put the barest bone production building product that you can put in there. Their house, some people could start to afford. $256,000 after they discounted at 30 grand last month. $1,749 a month. My Oklahoma City employee friends make not enough to even cover the payment. And it went to the barest bone. If the most expensive house we'll build on 30-foot lot would be probably $285. That would be a 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 20-foot wide, 2-story floor plan. I realize the concerns for 2 stories. It's also objectively more beautiful. Less of the front elevation is garage. less of the front elevation is impermeable space. You have a 5-foot offset on either side on 20 feet, so a third of the lot is green from the front. If you're on a 50-foot wide lot, only 20% is green from the front. A lot of garage you look at. The snout houses we all don't like, it's because we have 50-foot wide lots, and we assert maximum amount. To the comment of putting a 20-foot wide house on a 50-foot lot, the lot cost would not absorb into a place that's affordable. They would have to come out of cash out of pocket to come into that. Bricks and sticks cost is $125 a foot per square foot of vertical space. It wouldn't pencil. The builder wouldn't have enough margin. They'd have to give the house away for it to be affordable. So if we want children to play in a place like this, if we care about our adult children as they age, as we age and want to have them close to home, we're going to have to find a product type. We're requiring 55% masonry in the PUD. I'm unaware of the other PUDs. I know there's a lot of siding that's happening. Don't limit me by lot size. Limit me by what we put there, right? We're doubling the trees in this place. We have a quarter of the place open space for play, pocket parks. We're maintaining the fence. We've taken away a third of these, so it's more incremental instead of we're just cramming dollars in there. The Plan OKC rightfully wants diversity of the housing type. We have 3 different housing types, generally from lot size, but at least 5 different probably price points. A community, if you study Jens Jensen, a community is much better with diverse eyes on the street. These price points, grandma can live there, young family can live there, single mom can live there, one income family. I would assert a vote no is a vote against our people, personally. And it's, we need to be careful, I agree. The 30-foot lots could be problematic if we put them everywhere. I totally agree with that. But let's find a way to actually constrain it where the builder can't build a crappy product there based on what we put in the CCRs, based on what we put in the PUD. And we need to be careful. We need to be good stewards of what we build. I fully intend to do it there. You've seen some of the quotes in here. Those aren't marketing speak. It's what my wife and I live by. I'd let my children live here. We lived in a neighborhood worse at the beginning. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay. You can ask, I think you can ask a question of staff here if you do have a question about our process. Where we are, commissioners, let's take a vote. We need a motion. Let's take a vote. Unless somebody has some new comment to add to this discussion, let's take a vote.
Yeah, I defer to Commissioner Meek unless he'd rather not, because I know he's not going to motion
That
to
seems
approve it.
fair.
I'd make a motion to approve it first.
You might want to vote on a motion to deny first, so. You go ahead. It's Ward 3. You make the motion first.
Deferral's not on the table at all, to work with the neighbors more.
I feel like we've made significant changes to address the comments, the concerns, including the ones you've made, to try and create a neighborhood that works for multiple people. So at this point, you know, we're happy to talk more if Commissioner Clare hasn't changed his mind. But
I also want to go on record and say I think it's unfair. We have several people here that had strong opinions regarding that. I know that's just how it falls. I understand there's a contract issue. I also lived in a 0 lot line house. I also was a single income family. I understand when you can't afford to buy a home, you have to rent. Nothing's changed in the world. It's always been that way. I don't believe that this house on this back of this neighborhood, I don't see how as a developer you even can sell bigger lots, 60-foot lots, when you're looking at a 30-foot lot at the end of your street. I just don't agree with it. I don't.
Well, and I understand that, and I think we've heard it. I think where we are is, if you're not intending to make a motion, I can recognize Commissioner LaForge to make a motion.
No, I can make a motion.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Let me get my computer ready. Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to deny PUD 1976. Recommend for denial.
Commissioner Meek moves to recommend to City Council denial of PUD 1976. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes. Remember, commissioners, a vote yes is to recommend that the City Council should not approve PUD 1976. A vote of no is to say that you are against a recommendation to say we should not, the City Council should not approve it. and the motion fails.
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair,
Forge.
would it help? It may just be the opposite, but I might like to make a motion to approve, so it's a little simpler to say that it was 4-2 potentially, or whatever it is, or maybe 5-1. I'd like to go ahead and make the motion to approve, subject to the technical evaluations, all of them, because they've shown their willingness to satisfy them. So I think I'd like to do that, make a motion to approve.
With and subject to the new master design
I'd say
statement as submitted.
both, subject to the technical evaluations and subject to the new design statement.
It failed.
Okay.
It did not
Right.
receive a majority. You need 5 votes. It was 2-4. You need 5 votes to make the recommendation. It received 2.
Right. And either way, it would go to the commission with votes.
We would be forced to have a continuance if we do not have a vote that has 5 votes. If we do not make a recommendation that has 5 votes.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, given where we're at, if we eliminate the 30-foot lots and go to 40, does that get Commissioner Claire or Meek in a more comfortable place? We can't do all 50. So we'll either move forward to council without a recommendation if that's where we need to go, but we're trying to build a product that works for different buyers. And so does 40-foot get us there? Because if not, then
I don't
we are
believe
where we
so.
are.
I believe that we voted, didn't have the votes. I believe council can make that decision.
We will still have to
Haven't
make a
voted yet.
recommendation. So it may be that the recommendation is no recommendation, and that seems like where we are at this point.
Can I amend my motion just to give it a different flavor? And that would be, if I can say it right, with an additional technical evaluation that there be minimum lot size of 40 foot.
Okay.
With motion for that approval.
And the minimum lot size would go with that at 4,000. That would go up with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the 40-foot lot wouldn't be duplexes.
Well,
the
that's not what
duplexes
his
would
motion was.
Duplexes would still be on the 60-foot wide lot.
Okay.
Does that
So
work?
the motion, commissioners, is to recommend approval of PUD 1976, subject to the technical evaluations and the revised MDS as submitted, dated as of December 14th. This would also add an additional technical evaluation, making the minimum lot size 4,000 square feet in a 40-foot width. That's the motion.
Thank you. Second? Anyone?
We just need,
Oh, it's the thing here.
there it is.
There we go. Forgot we're not voice.
The motion's been seconded by Commissioner Noble. Please cast your votes.
Might have got Nate.
And that motion passes.
Thank you.
I will say to our neighbors, remember, regardless of whether we had voted to recommend approval or not, the city council makes the final decision. I'd also encourage you, because I know that we have previously approved other PUDs that it sounds like there are objections to. They haven't been approved by the city council yet. So your opportunity to go and advocate for those things not being approved hasn't expired. You can still do that. So I would recommend, and I know that staff is here, if you have questions about when those things are going to come before the city council, that is still an option. Okay, we're in line for item 29.
Item 29 is CPA 2023, number 5, consideration of proposed map amendment to the comprehensive plan, changing designation from agricultural preserve to urban low, located at on the northeast corner of Southwest 149th Street and South Portland Avenue.
Vaneri Mujica Ortiz for the Planning Department. This is a CPA 2023 5. Is a request to amend the comprehensive plan, removing the agricultural preserve layer and changing the rural low LUDA-based designation to urban low LUDA-based designation. I think this is the first time we have received a request to go from rural low to urban low. The original petition was for 52.81 acres, but the staff recommends to cover the 62.994 acres. That's what you see two different colors there in the map. The blue is what we recommend to extend so we can cover the whole area that is rural low. The area is located in Southwest 149th Street and South Portland. The existing land use is undeveloped. Is pretty much surrounded by undeveloped and some rural residential. In terms of zoning, almost everything around it is AA, with PUD 1906 to the north and then I-2 to the west. In terms of the land use, it's rural low with an agricultural preserve layer. Everything to the northwest, northeast is actually urban low. To the south is rural low with agricultural preserve. In a little, we're gonna explain why we have that rural low specifically there surrounded by urban low. In terms of city services, water is available. Sewer is available too on the site. And it is in the urban response times for emergency services. This site is very particular, and the reason why it was classified as a rural low in the Plan OKC and the comprehensive plan is mainly because of it's an environmental sensitive area. The main reason why too was agricultural preserve layer added is because the USDA recognized this as prime farmland for Oklahoma City. In terms of environmental sensitive area, it's very important that when we look at this site is 100% in riparian area, and it's 100% in flood zone. But it's not only that the site itself is in 100% flood zone. Almost everything to the south of this site is flood zone too. What makes arise a safety concern when we talk about the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, one of the things that we look at is the health and safety too of our residents. We can go. These pictures were taken on July 9th, 2023 by some of our fire and police department. This is a flood, 149, and here you can see some of the lots. Next one. It's a video. I want you guys to watch this video real quick. This is the same day. This is the flood in the area. We got that from BBC News. So I want you to get to experience what we're talking about in this area. Since 2013, the Public Department have recognized, the Public Works Department, that 149 in Portland is one of the intersections that flood more often in the city. So just imagine if you add more density to this area, if there is an emergency happening to these people who are gonna be living there, and we require some type of emergency services to get to them, that's gonna be an issue. Next slide. It's not letting you go to the next slide. I think you may have to stop. Okay. So this is the map provided by the Drainage Department of our city. Our site is to the north, where the star is located at. There you can see the flood zone, the whole flood zone. The main reason for this is because the Canadian River is to the south of this. So this very specific site is exactly where we draw the line, where is the last part of that flood. But like you can see, it still floods, and it floods quite often and in a significant way. Something that I want you guys to notice from here is those little green dots around May, 149th. Though this map has all the information from 2007 to 2021. Those grid dots are complaints that people have called the city and have let know the city that they have some drainage issues, some flooding on their properties. Meaning that even though our floodplains are not up to date, because sadly they're not, the last review that I found in FEMA was from 2013, we can see that that floodplain has probably starting to move a little farther or closer to 149. We can go to the next. One of the reasons too why this area floods is because of the type of soil. I don't know if you remember when we talk a little bit about septic, we talk about type of soils. The USGS, this type of soil is 5, it's a lot of clay. So the drainage of the soil itself is complicated. So that's, add to the flood difficulties of this area. I wanted to show you too a little bit of the streets. This is Portland. Portland there is just gravel. It's not gravel, but it's not well maintained. It's not even asphalt. I know they're not proposing to have any exit through Portland. They're proposing to have an exit through 149th Street. But again, if you have a flash flood and you need to access, or you need to head out or evacuate this area, this street does not really have the capacity to do that. Next one. So because of the reasons that we talk, the staff recommends denied. I just want to mention, when you come inside, I don't know if you saw these brochures, actually the city is in the campaign for flood protection. So I thought it was good to mention it, that the city itself is, having a campaign for areas that flood. I don't know if you have any questions.
Can we go back? Sorry. Jared, can you pull up the map of
Which
the
one?
zoning map? Whatever tells us where the current comp plan, what it currently
the
says.
Luda one. It's
I
the
don't know
Luda
which
map.
slide that is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, back. There. No, back. One more. Back. It's before the water, if I'm not wrong. There you go.
Okay, so am I understanding, where's the urban low?
It's everything to the north, west, east. The kind of green, light green color is urban low.
So if I'm hearing you right, you're telling me that on the other side of Portland, the development that's being proposed for the purposes of this comp plan change is allowed.
Yes.
And then on the other side of that pink line, it's also allowed.
Yes.
And on the north side of that blue line, it's allowed.
Yes.
Okay.
But the main reason for that too, just to let you
Please.
know, is because none of those areas flood. They're not part of the flood. They don't flood directly. This very specific area, not only everything to the south, that area floods too. And that's the main reason why it remains as rural low.
It does seem a little odd that corner on the west side doesn't cross that other lot, but is that just an anomaly and that was in the,
Well,
how did that not get a
that-
triangle of green?
So, in the middle to the north, I don't know if you see like a weird, like a curve there to the north, that's a PUD that was approved. Between that, and there is like farmland that is being farmed today. If you go there, you can see some hay is farmed there.
Let me quickly
Yeah.
add that it's likely that these are very large parcels, so when the comp plan was done, we not always, but we typically follow parcel lines. So if you've got hundreds of acres that's mostly developable, we would just designate the whole thing. And when you come in to develop, you're not going to be able to develop a portion that's in the floodplain. But that's how it
yeah,
always
okay.
is. So
It's the grain of detail almost, that
Yeah,
you can only
yeah.
grid it down so much from the scale when you're creating those maps, and this is kind of just a weird thing.
And that's too the reason why we recommended to expand it, just because we knew it was a little weird shape
Gotcha.
the lot, so.
Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Mark Zitzow, Johnson and Associates, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. Also with me tonight is Mr. Johnson, who will talk a little bit about the floodplain. But I want to run through some of these points. Jared, if you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Just go one more. So, Commissioner Pennington, you kind of just hit the nail on the head. This site was given an agricultural preserve designation, which the city would intend for it to remain for farming, when all of the property to our east, west, and north is permitted to develop. There's floodplain. I think we saw videos. We don't know where those videos were looking at exactly, but if that was the concern, maybe the agricultural preserve layer should have been applied a little bit differently. Jared, if you can go to the next slide. So this is the soil map. If you go through your staff report, that is one of the main bases for applying agricultural preserve, was that it has prime USDA farming soil. You can see much of this area does, yet not all of it has the designation. So that wasn't the sole reason that the designation would have been had. If you can go to the next slide. They also looked at the floodplain. And so, okay, we took the floodplain designation, we overlay the USDA farm soil quality map, and we say, okay, we see where it all is. If you can go to the next one. But what you'll note is there are several areas that did not get the agricultural preserve layer that had those same conditions. So that was a little bit of an inconsistency. We're looking at a property here that's north of the street, and it's really the only piece in a half mile in either direction that has that designation. So what I do want to point you to is page 6 of the staff report. And I think this is important because staff's explaining when and why they designated the layer. And so what it says under agricultural preserve, second sentence, the AP layer was applied to areas of Oklahoma City that could not be efficiently served by city services in the near term, particularly water and sewer, are generally comprised of 10 acres or more in size, and number 1 was are in the 100-year floodplain, and or agriculture uses, and or not anticipated to develop. I would contend this was maybe improperly designated from the beginning, given that we have all 3 city services, and we have some in the floodplain, but the end of that sentence, it doesn't say and or are 100 or 100% in the floodplain. It says and. I don't believe we even meet the designation as they noted in the staff report. So comp plan was only done in 2015. That's 8 years ago. Water and sewer have been here. The site was ready to develop then, probably should have had the urban low designation. Unfortunately, the property owner at the time was not notified that they were going to be given this designation to know whether or not they should have protested at that time. If you can go 2 slides for me. I will then point you to page 14 of your staff report here. I don't know if Public Works has a comment on this for today, but in the staff report, they're quoting Paul Bronson, who's no longer the Assistant Director of the Public Works Department, and citing a news article from over 10 years ago. So we contend, and this is where Tim will get up and speak, we're allowed to do what we are seeking to do under ordinance. We're going to meet Public Works rules and regulations. We're going to meet the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality regulations. We're going to meet FEMA regulations. Everything we do is going to be studied in depth and in detail at the final plat stage. So at this point, I'm going to ask Tim to go ahead and address this area and the floodplain, and then I'll come back up and close with a few more points.
Good afternoon or evening. Tim Johnson, Johnson Associates. It's been a while. It's good to see you all. Yeah, so Mark asked me to visit a little bit about this. So this is not an unusual situation for redevelopment of land. We just we're in the process of building a $400 million Ocana resort in the 100-year floodplain. It's under construction. We will do the same thing here. We're going to excavate the pond to get some fill dirt and we will fill the site to exceed the 100-year requirement and apply to FEMA for a conditional or a letter of map revision based on fill. Not unusual. It'll raise us out of the floodplain. The homeowners that have platted lots will not be required to have flood insurance. And I think the only discrepancy with that is that the 149th Street is shown as being under a floodplain. And we did look at the 100-year versus on the cross sections of the river and versus the actual elevations on the ground. We're talking about inches. And so this is based on the worst case condition. It's a backwater of the South Canadian River, not the local floodplain. The South Canadian River has to flood at its maximum peak in order to back up water to this depth. And Barry can correct me if I'm wrong, but even in a condition like this where they show a floodway down a trib like this, it's typically, I don't want to call it an error, but it's a somewhat of an erroneous calculation because it's hard for FEMA's analysis and the methods they use to establish a floodway through a pond, through a floodway, or through a floodplain without a really detailed study. And I think this map doesn't show that it was a detailed study. All that said, I think that development can occur here. We will, as Mark mentioned, it'll be under scrutiny of the city ordinances and staff. We're taking our entrance off 149th Street, which has the least fraction of flooding. And then as we've seen all over the south side of town as development has occurred, improvements are made, bond issues are sold to make the improvements to feed the homes that get developed many years before the bond issues. So I think I'm not worried about the floodplain here. I think we will work with the staff very closely. I don't think that should be a reason that this tract should be considered farmland as opposed to developable land.
Tim, while I have you, so you're going to walk off the podium, and then I'm going to have my friends from the planning department who may say, all right, you're going to mitigate the flooding issues on your parcel, but what about the impact upstream and downstream as a result of the mitigation that you've done? Can you address that and what recourse anybody has upstream or downstream after you resolve the issue for your parcel?
Right. So FEMA's regulations allow for fill and floodplain. And what we will show to the city staff is that the efforts we'll make to bring this out of the floodplain will have a no-rise impact upstream and downstream of this site. That is not necessarily a specific ordinance requirement, but is a requirement of the city staff that we do in cases like this. So we can't bring a mountain of fill in here and expect to not impact upstream and downstream. So our study will have to reveal that can be done without negative impact upstream or downstream.
Okay. Mark, do you have anything else before I call on Barry? He didn't know he was going to be in the hot seat. Huh?
Yeah, I've got a few more things, but if you want to call on Barry to stay on that topic, that's fine.
Sure. Barry? Let's go down the hypothetical road of this commission approving this change. And can you tell us what the city's review looks like? I mean, the video's compelling. So they're telling, by the statements that have been made, they have the ability to mitigate that potential impact. So can you tell us about the city's review and how you make a determination about whether these attempts at mitigation are adequate?
Yes, I can give you my opinion on all of that.
That'd be great.
As far as being able to mitigate the flooding situation that we saw in that video, they will not be able to do that with their development. And I think Tim would agree with that. And the reason I say that is that flooding situation, at least from what I could tell on that video, is not caused by flow from the upstream areas of that drainage basin. That flooding is being caused by a backwater condition from the South Canadian River. And that regardless of what they did on their site, if they did, as Tim said they weren't going to do, if they came in and put a mountain of fill on that site but didn't fill anything on 149th Street, that flooding condition would be exactly the same because it's water that's coming up from the river. And I think one of the slides that was shown under the comprehensive plan amendment portion of it showed the floodplain. But the important thing is that floodplain, again, is from the river. Oh, sorry. One thing that I don't know, I don't totally agree with Tim on, but I don't disagree with it either. This floodway that's shown on there, rather than having that mapped in error, it's possible that it was mapped as a trib to the river to establish that floodway. I don't know that for a fact. I don't think anybody's looked that far in detail into that floodway, but it's possible that that is the case. May not be. It may be somebody drew it on a map and said, we're going to call this floodway. We really don't have enough information on that. So that's kind of the introduction to this. As part of our review, if this comprehensive plan amendment is approved and the rezoning is approved and they go through with this development, as Tim has stated, we will require them to do a conditional letter of map revision based on fill. It is a method that FEMA allows to do a revision to the map in areas like this where to do a study of the South Canadian River is probably it could get into hundreds of thousands of dollars for actually revising the Canadian River floodplain. As part of that study, we would require them to do a detailed study of the creek that comes across their property right along the north side. That's going to be the portion of the study where we look at what's the historic condition, what's happening with that today before they do their project, what's the water surface elevations, where is that water going, and then we would require them, the next step would be a proposed conditions model that would show the hydraulic analysis after they place that fill. We would require, as part of that study, that there be a no rise in the water surface elevation and that they are not increasing the floodplain width of that trib on the adjacent property. And I say that specifically, the floodplain of the trib would be what we would be looking at, because the backwater floodplain from the river would not change on the north side of their property. It will look exactly the same today as it would after their development. What they would place on this property site would not materially or significantly affect that South Canadian River floodplain, if that makes sense. So that's what we would be looking at as part of the review process. We would look at their pond calculations. Detention in this situation is not going to be required. They may choose to calculate some. They're going to dig a pond to try to fill part of the property. But that's a whole lot of explanation. If you have any specific questions or additional questions that prompts.
That's helpful, Barry. I think it's important for us as we're trying to look at this. I mean, I don't think any of us want to intentionally approve anything that's going to lead to some building, any addition that's going to get inevitably would be flooded. So it's very good for us to have a clear understanding of how the city goes about reviewing these things if we were to approve it. Yep. Mark, do you have anything else?
I do, and Barry, before you step away, I'll say, and no one in this room more than Tim doesn't want to stamp and sign a plan of an entire addition that would flood. And ultimately, Johnson & Associates and Tim's seal is what would be liable for the design that gets submitted and reviewed. And I think that's an important piece of that. But Barry, if you could, can you confirm that this application, whether it's denied, approved, withdrawn, nothing would stop the developer from moving forward with the process you outlined earlier to file the proper studies, file a land disturbance permit, dig out an area, fill it, and remove it from the floodplain, and then resubmit this application, and the area would then be outside the floodplain?
Yeah, that would be an acceptable process, that it could be done that way.
Thank you. So, Jared, if you could, I'm just going to recap kind of where we're at. When we look at these, we typically hear it's a three-legged stool, right? And a lot of times we don't have urban fire response times, and that's the justification for the denial. In this application, Jared, if you could, we're fully served by utilities, water and sewer. You can go to the next one. We have urban fire response times. And so with that, we're at the point where it's starting to feel a little bit like, even with a denial, like industrial preserve, employment preserve. If the city is seeking to be in a habit of telling private property owners that they can't develop their land in accordance with approved ordinances and regulations, then the city might be in the business of seeking to purchase these properties to conduct farming or protect them as green open spaces. So with that, we're happy to answer any questions. And then any of the density and kind of land use we'll save for the PUD application that's following.
Commissioners? Questions? Comments?
Just a few comments, but as reading the staff report, and as you read the beginning of it, it sounds like all the reasons why you should lift the agricultural preserve, because it does have city services. It meets the urban response times. And so just looking at that part of it and the agricultural preserve is the reason why I could see to lift it.
I think I agree with you, and part of it is I take the same tact when it comes to the employment reserve, which I think as a concept is a great concept, and I understand why city planners would take the action to have that. I just, as a practical matter, how are you going to tell me I can't build?
When I own the land.
Yeah, and it's consistent with the zoning. Like that's the problem I have with that. Is the city reserving land for a purpose and they don't own it? So I think I tend to agree. I also don't know that it does us much good to make the applicant go back and then fix the floodway problem and then come back and bring it to us.
Well, how come? Let's
talk
talk
about
about
it,
that, because that's
please.
where I was going to go with this, is if the agricultural preserve was applied in the comp plan due to floodplain issues, the floodplain exists where it does, I'm not quite there on just disregarding that. So, but if that weren't floodplain and that was the justification, because I wasn't quite following the and or. To me, it is entirely in the 100-year floodplain. And that is one of the reasons. So
But if the land can be developed, then I think that in itself is the reason why you at least lift the agricultural preserve.
Yeah, can I clarify one thing?
Please.
What am I getting wrong?
Yeah, just to clarify, if agricultural preserve is lifted, the base layer is rural. So they can develop at rural densities, which people do all the time in these areas. So it's not like the city is saying, no, you must maintain this in farmland forever and ever. That's what it was designated as, this entire swath of the city where next to the river, there is a lot of farmland and a lot of floodway and floodplain, and this just happens to be the northern boundary of that. So, at what point does it become, infeasible to develop? But anyway, I just wanted to make that point that it would be, and a lot of the city is designated that way as kind of a rural base zone, base layer, because whether it's floodplain or it's heavily forested or something like that, if you have a lower density development, then it's a little easier to manage the whatever environmental concerns there are. So,
Rural low would still require amendments to the floodplain to construct anything on it. So in either scenario, revisions to the FEMA map have to occur and fill would have to be brought onto the site to make it developable. So in either scenario, for any development to occur, revisions and fill would be brought to the site. To your point, Commissioner Govine, if all it does is cost a developer significant amounts of money to bring it out of the floodplain prior to bringing this application forward to know what density they could get, there needs to be some level of confidence that their entitlement could be in place before they spend all of the money on not just the engineering, but the site work that goes in to bring it out of the floodplain and then getting those certifications and having it reviewed.
Yeah.
Other thoughts? I think we're,
Just a quick question. I hate
I
to do
just-
this late, but make sure I understand the agricultural preserve. When it was put on, was there something that the day after the agricultural preserve was put on that the landowner could no longer do without getting it removed?
It's a guide for zoning, like anything else. So if you are an agricultural preserve, you can do what the minimum zoning, you can get 5-acre lots, and
So on this,
it's
but
the same as,
on this piece of property specifically, it was ag before. What they could do the day before the preserve, after you said agricultural preserve, they could still do
still do.
everything they could the next day?
they can do 5-acre lots.
Okay.
Agricultural preserve is just meant to designate it as that's why the base is rural low. That's what rural low is. Agricultural preserve is just meant to designate, well, like we've already said.
If I made it on a bigger picture than what it in a way did, I used to think it was worse than it was. It lets future owners know that if what you had, you have, and if you thought you were going to do something different, it's going to meet some resistance because we don't know that this is ripe for a rezoning. I thought owners lost some rights the day after the preserve was put on. Now, if it was already ag, it was still ag the next day.
but it would change the compliance with the comprehensive plan if they sought to rezone.
Right.
So.
But nobody's
it's about
assured
that
they're going to get
interpretation.
something rezoned, right? I mean,
Yeah,
you never
that
know
doesn't-
you're
even if
gonna
we removed this layer,
So
it
it
doesn't guarantee
more-
we're going to vote for Marksfield.
It was to indicate to people, don't think you're going to buy this and get us to rezone it because you might not.
Yep.
It's a policy guide to indicate that, hey, there are issues here, there's environmental concerns. And also, well, granted, it's not necessarily the case here. There are city services nearby. Typically, that's not the case with Ag Preserve.
And that's what we believe makes this one vastly different than, I think you may have seen one other ag preserve, I think in far west Oklahoma City, that may have been denied. We have full city services, and all of the properties to our northwest and east would be granted the ability to develop and have the exact same conditions we have. Like, the floodplain extends beyond our site, and yet this tract of land is being told no. And not because of public works regulations or ordinances. It's simply because a layer was put on in 2015 without any discussion with the property owner.
But that layer put on did not take any rights away from them the next day that they had previously.
If it is denied on the basis that it is floodplain.
If a
it
rezone is denied as a result of it being in the
correct,
agricultural
versus the property immediately to the north that has the same floodplain on it that was granted 40-foot wide lots a year ago, that there is an equity issue there. Everyone else is allowed 50-foot lots because utilities are in the area, but our little 50-acre piece here isn't.
Because it's zoned ag.
But they were zoned ag too. They came
Until
in.
they got it rezoned.
Correct.
Right, it's not the preserve that prevents them from doing it, though. It's the current ag zoning that prevents you from doing it.
Agreed, it's the preserve layer, if that is the rationale for denial, that keeps us from getting it.
Well, I think we're just looking for somebody to make a motion. Anybody?
This says Ward 3, but it's not Ward 3. You all know that, right?
Yeah, we figured that one
Said you've had enough of a difficult day here?
My microphone's not working.
Tough day at the office?
So a lot of my questions there at the end were more for my bigger picture ag preserve, because I learned some things on that. This specific one, there do seem to be some reasons why ag preserve is no longer needed to preserve it that way. The rural low changed to the urban low. I had a lot of questions, bigger questions on that, but I guess I'll make the motion approved because I do see what they have to do as engineers to convince the city in the future to get it approved. They've got to prove it, right? My following that this flood issue, it's not over. They don't just start building. They've got to get someone like Johnson Associates to
That
bring
would
the
go through
plans,
Public
right,
Works,
right,
as
right,
Barry explained.
Right, so I'll make a motion to approve the request to do the two things, to change it to just urban low with no ag preserve. To approve CPA 2023-5.
Commissioner LaForge moves to recommend approval of the comp plan amendment. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes.
I have lost my, where did it go? There it is,
Yeah,
sorry.
approving, sorry. And I don't believe the motion passes because I believe we need 5, correct? For the comp plan amendment, we would need 5. So the comp plan amendment the motion to recommend approval fails. So the next question would be, do we just continue this item for the next meeting? We'd still have the underlying zoning to vote on regardless, so.
What I would say is we can defer the comprehensive plan amendment, and the city attorney's office can correct me. Zoning changes do not have to conform to the comprehensive plan.
They don't technically, no.
The comp plan can get deferred till next month, and we can hear the zoning.
Seems we need a motion to continue. Do we need yeah, we need the motion, or is it automatically continued as a result of?
Well, it's denied, so there's no action. I think you should
Yeah.
continue it.
Okay, so we just need a motion to continue it to the January 11th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue CPA 2023-5 to the next meeting.
Commissioner Meek moves to continue CPA 2023-5 to the January 11th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes. And that motion passes. We're in line for item 30.
Excuse me, item 30 is PUD 1967, application to rezone 3437 Southwest 149th Street from AA and AE2 to PUD 1967.
Good evening, Mark Zitzel, 1 East Sheridan Avenue. So this application's the companion item for the zoning. Staff has a split recommendation, so I don't know where you fall on that, but where we're at is going to seek an amendment to this application that will eliminate the need for the 3 TEs. In conversations with Commissioner Newman, who is unable to be here tonight, he has requested that we amend the application to state that all regulations will be per the R2 base zoning district. We had 30-foot lots in this subdivision. There were concerns over density, so he stated his desire was to see all sections of the PUD amended to say per R2 base zoning. That changes lot size, lot width, setbacks. Client's agreeable to that. So what we would ask is that if you are feeling so generous to motion to approve this application, it would be with a TE that all sections of the PUD reference the R2 base zoning.
I'm going to cut to the chase, commissioners. Are the votes changed? Are the votes any different? Because otherwise, we can just move for a continuance right now on item 30. Okay, then let's just have the motion, unless there's any further discussion, because I don't know.
2 different items.
Please.
And your votes do not have to be the same.
They do not.
There is consistent track record of not wanting to agree to a comprehensive plan amendment and agreeing to the development proposal. So that has happened in the past. So these items should be viewed completely independently.
It's happened in the past, but that last one was such a close yes vote that now with denial of the last one, I'm more likely to. My vote's
As it
going to
doesn't-
change to a denial, so the continuance seems.
What's the difference
vote should
between
stay the same.
R2 and R1?
Yeah, please help me with that.
What are we looking at?
R2 allows duplexes, R1 is single family. We had 30-foot wide single-family lots in here with 3,000 square foot lot minimums. That goes away for single. So that was the concern of the commissioner. He requested we make that change. I believe he spoke with the chair to
He did.
confirm that.
Yes.
Okay.
He's
But
in
the-
support of it being R2.
Yes.
But at this point, the proposed rezoning is not consistent with the comprehensive plan explicitly. So that's just to be clear. But Mark is correct that we have the ability to still approve a rezoning request because it's separate from the, they're not separate, that's bad phrasing. They are independently chosen, the zoning versus what the comp plan says. So my point at this late hour is anybody's vote changed from the one we just had? Because if it's not, or if you have questions that would lead you, because Mark is correct, we can make these as independent choices, although they are tied together, but when it comes to the staff's recommendation, where are we?
It sounds like this motion would be, if it was for approval, would be to build a neighborhood full of duplexes right here, correct?
Yes, but yeah.
Okay, so the density would stay the same as 30-foot lots.
No, they wouldn't be 30-foot lots because that doesn't meet the base zoning
No,
requirement.
the density would stay the
The
same.
density would stay the
right?
same, yeah.
So it'd be a neighborhood of 60-foot lots with duplexes. Okay.
Which is in line with urban low designation if that was to have passed.
Right.
But
Which again, we haven't voted
Okay.
one way or the other on
One more
the
question.
comp plan.
Can you talk to me about the notifications for this area? Do we have protesters regarding this?
They did not, they don't get notice on the comp plan change, but they got notice on the rezoning,
You
just
know,
like
the
any
big
other
giant
neighbors.
houses across the street and the Cascada Lakes and all the nice neighborhoods that are in this area that are big lots, urban sprawl. But they got this whole neighborhood of duplexes coming in, and it's baffling there's not people here regarding this case in specifically. And I understand that if you go out so many feet.
Yeah, they probably didn't get noticed. They're
Exactly.
far enough away.
Exactly.
I'll note that
Yeah, don't they
immediately
have
to
to-
the north is a PUD with 40-foot lots that were approved that are closer and would have noticed those residents and was still approved.
And there's a minimum standard for notice as
10
well.
people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So there are
we would
people
go out until
10
we
people
hit
got
10.
notice that are neighbors to this.
Okay, just wanted to ask.
Are there any questions, any other questions? And we can vote on the motion first, on the recommendation first, and then see where we are?
Since I made the motion last time, guess I'll do this one. I'm gonna, in light of the staff's recommendation with the last one denied, I'm gonna recommend denial of this one. You took a continuance on the last one, though, didn't we end up with a
Well, it was required because we did not have enough votes to approve.
Right, so if you wanted to request a continuance, I'd do that instead, but otherwise, I'm gonna recommend denial along with the staff's recommendation.
Man, if the votes are going to be the same, then we'll take the continuance.
That's what, I thought that was what I was
But
saying
I'm
earlier. I
asking
was
the
going to a
commission.
denial, so it was, okay. I'll make a motion for continuance instead on this item as well.
Or do you want us to vote on the recommendation?
No, we'll take the continuance and come back when Commissioner Newman is here to express his support for the R2 zoning.
Okay. The motion, Commissioner LaForge has moved to continue PUD 1967 to the January 11th meeting of the Planning Commission. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Govine. Please cast your votes. And the motion passes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll revisit this. We are now in line for, and I apologize, I'm 32 or 30? Yeah, 32. Item 32.
Item 32 is case ED 239, application to dedicate Sunset Parkway to the public, located north of Southwest 15th Street and west of South Sarah Road.
We have not heard from the applicant. Oh, are you here for Mr.
Yep.
Haynes? Oh, sorry,
I
Caitlin.
sure am. Caitlin Turner.
So you had late duty? You had late duty?
Yep. I know. I
She
know.
lost her helper, though, that was passing out her handouts for her earlier.
All leverage for when I ask for a raise. Caitlin Turner, 522 Colcord Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This item is to dedicate permanent right-of-way to the former turnpike here and name the street Sunset Parkway. Will be in full compliance with all city regulations. Staff has recommended approval with 2 TEs, which we agree to. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Which ward is this in? Sorry.
3.
More than-
Commissioner Meek, it's been your day.
Yep.
Where are you on
Hopefully
this?
this one is not as lengthy of a discussion.
And this is 31, correct?
32.
32.
That's the problem. I'm looking through here going, this isn't matching. Oh, here's my notes. Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, yes, I'm all good with this one.
It'll be built to city
Yeah,
standards.
unless
and
you guys
everything.
have anything.
No, yeah.
This one's easy. Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend approval for ED 239.
Commissioner Meek moves to recommend approval of ED 239 to City Council.
Subject to technical
Subject to
evaluation.
the technical evaluations in the staff report. That motion's been seconded by Commissioner Clare. Please cast your votes.
Thank you
And the
very
motion
much.
passes. Thank you. I believe we finally reached the end of our agenda.
Do we want to string it out for another 20 minutes so we hit a straight 4 hours?
That might be a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see if we can, should we go just review other things and just see how we're feeling about it? Study session, something else, just not enough time. Are there any additional items? Communications and reports, planning commission committees, no reports. Commission members, I'll just say this quickly since we're so late.
Nope.
Anybody got anything? Merry Christmas.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
holidays.
Happy Hanukkah.
Wonderful. Planning department. Nothing from the planning department. Municipal counselor's office. Citizens to be heard. Seeing none, we've reached the end of our agenda. We're adjourned. Yeah, I was about to say, don't get hit, Jeff.